Have you ever felt a chill run down your spine when walking down an empty road, hearing whispers in the wind, or catching a fleeting shadow in the mirror? These 35 horror stories will pull you into the darkest corners of the mind, where truth and fear intertwine. From the unanswered phone calls, strange bird songs in the Colorado woods, to the shadowy figure wearing a fedora in a Chicago house, each story is a door leading to unease. There are moments that make you wonder, what lurks behind that shaking door, or why does your name appear carved into the wall? For those who love the thrill of a racing heart, these tales are not just about the supernatural, but about the deep fears that dwell within us all. Prepare yourself, dim the lights, and embark on a journey where darkness tells the tale. Are you brave enough to listen until the end? The rain poured relentlessly outside the old wooden house, where I, Mary, was staying during the summer vacation. My parents' house was isolated at the end of a dirt road, surrounded by a dense forest of pine trees, where the streetlights never reached. Every night, the wind howled through the leaves like the whisper of a stranger. I sat in the armchair, the faint light from my phone screen the only illumination in the room. My parents had been gone for a week, leaving me alone with the eerie silence. Tonight, the atmosphere felt heavier than usual. The sound of the rain could not drown out the unease rising within me. I heard a noise, not the crack of a branch, but a soft, rhythmic knock from the back door. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the rain, but my heart pounded in my chest. My phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. "Where are you?" I frowned, thinking it was a wrong number, but another message came immediately after. "I know you're there." My hair stood on end. I locked the screen, stood up to check the door, but the knocking came again, this time closer, as if someone were standing right outside the porch. I dared not breathe too loudly, my eyes fixed on the old wooden door, where the cracks seemed to widen under the faint moonlight. I wondered, how did someone know I was here? And why did I feel so alone in this house? Ironically, it all began 2 weeks ago at a party. My best friend Jay and I went to a house by the river for a gathering. I met a guy, Jackson, about my age. We talked, laughed, but there was nothing serious. He had sharp eyes, a friendly smile, but something about him made me uneasy, as if he was watching me too closely. He had sharp eyes, a friendly smile, but something about him made me uneasy, as if he was watching me too closely. When the party ended, we exchanged numbers, and I thought it was just a fleeting encounter. But the very next evening, my phone buzzed incessantly. Jackson texted, at first gently, but then obsessively. "What are you doing? Why aren't you replying? I miss you." Before I could respond, the screen was flooded with messages, each word like a cold, sharp blade. In less than 2 weeks, he had sent over 100 texts, becoming more aggressive. I tried to ignore it, but the feeling of being stalked made me shiver. One night, when I was sitting in the dark living room, my phone screen lit up. "I see you through the window." I jumped up, ran to the window, but all I saw was the shadow of a tree swaying in the wind. I began to doubt. How did he know I was here? I had never mentioned this house, never invited him over. I checked my contacts and realized I had saved his number under Jackson Party. But when I searched that number online, there were no results. It was as if he didn't exist. Last night I heard footsteps outside the yard, slow, as if someone was circling the house. I told myself it was just an illusion, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Jackson wasn't just a lovesick guy. He was a threat getting closer every day. On the 10th night after the party, I couldn't take it anymore. I replied to Jackson's message, asking him to calm down. but it was followed by an immediate call. I hesitated, my heart racing, but I still picked up. Jackson's voice came through, sweet but terrifying. "Mary, I can't stop thinking about you. You're everything to me." I tried to explain that I was just here for the summer, that I wasn't looking for anything serious, but his voice turned cold. "You don't understand. You belong to me." Then he shouted, words like daggers in my ears. I trembled, trying to stay calm, but suddenly he went silent. A long pause, then his voice whispered, low as if from the grave, "Get ready. I'm coming for you." The phone hung up. I stood frozen, hearing the rain outside like it was in sync with my fear. I knew my parents were gone for the week, and Jackson knew I was alone. I rushed to lock all the doors, pulling the curtains shut. But this old house wasn't safe. The windows rattled, the locks squeaked. I clutched my phone, trying to call Jay, but the signal was weak, the call cutting in and out. Suddenly, a screeching sound came from the backyard, not the wind, but like someone dragging something heavy across the ground. I turned off all the lights, holding my breath, looking through the gap in the curtain. There was nothing but darkness, but I felt a pair of eyes watching from somewhere. The phone buzzed, another message from Jackson's number. "Look at the ceiling." I looked up, my heart stopped. A long crack appeared in the ceiling as if someone had carved it from above. The screeching grew louder, closer, right outside the door. I knew no matter how tightly I locked the doors, Jackson, or whatever was calling itself by his name, was getting very close. I curled up in the corner of the room, gripping the kitchen knife, my eyes never leaving the door. The screeching stopped outside, but the silence was even scarier. Suddenly the phone lit up, a notification from the Ring camera app. I opened the app and saw Jackson standing outside, holding something shiny in his hand. He looked straight into the camera, a twisted smile on his face like a puppet being controlled. When the light shone clearly, I realized the object in his hand wasn't a knife. It was a small mirror, reflecting something that wasn't his face, but a faceless shadow. I screamed, dropping the phone. Jackson disappeared from the camera, but I heard footsteps on the roof, slow, as if searching for a way in. I ran up to the attic, hid in my parents' room, and locked the door. But then, a knock came, not from the door, but from inside the wardrobe. I stood frozen, the knife trembling in my hand. The knocking grew faster, like a drumbeat leading to the apocalypse. I gathered all my courage, threw open the wardrobe door. Nothing but darkness. But when I turned back, I saw a figure standing at the window, unnaturally tall, with white eyes staring right at me. "You can't hide," a voice echoed, not from the figure, but from all around the room. I ran out of the house, into the woods, not daring to look back. When the sun rose, I called the police. They came, checked the cameras, but the footage was just white noise. I knew Jackson had tracked my address through my phone number, as it was linked to my father's name online. The police found no trace of Jackson, but I found the small mirror he had been holding, lying right in front of the house, engraved, with the words, "I always see you." I never returned to that house, but every night when I close my eyes, I still see the white eyes, and the knocking from the wardrobe echoes in my head. I advise everyone to use Google Voice numbers for protection, because if you don't, what finds you may not be human. Night fell over the Lemhi Range, where the barren mountains stood like giant ghosts under the silver moonlight. The wind howled through the crevices in the rocks, carrying strange whispers, as if the mountains themselves were telling stories that no one dared to hear. Fern, a seasoned hunter, had set foot here dozens of times. But tonight something felt different. The air was heavy, as though invisible eyes were watching his every step. It's September in central Idaho. Fall has arrived in the mountains, Vern muttered, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. But deep down he knew. Lemhi was not just a hunting ground. It was also a place where deadly secrets were buried. He set up camp by the Hayden River, where the rushing water seemed to swallow all sound. A dry crack echoed from the bushes nearby. Vern gripped his bow tightly, his heart pounding. Not a bear, not a wolf. The sound, it resembled the footsteps of a person, but slow, dragging, as if someone was deliberately making sure he heard it. Vern is an avid hunter who has hunted across North America, but his favorite hunting grounds are the Lemhi Range. But this time, he wasn't sure if he was the hunter or the prey. He stood still, his breath frozen in the cold air. The darkness seemed to move, twitching like a living creature. Vern told himself it was just his imagination, but then a sharp, chilling screech rang out like claws scraping against rock. Vern decided to keep climbing the mountain, despite his instincts telling him to turn back. He walked along the familiar path near the Hayden River, where the air was chilly and his breath formed wisps of white smoke. But then, a narrow trail covered in dry leaves appeared before him. It wasn't in Vern's memory, although he knew every corner of this place. Curiosity overcame fear, and he turned onto the path, feeling as though he was being pulled by an invisible force. The trees on either side of the path seemed to lean in, whispering ancient curses. Each of Vern's steps echoed, as though the forest was answering him with a twisted laugh. Just a few steps later, a figure flashed past behind a giant tree. Vern jumped, his arrow already notched. It was a man, wearing a faded denim jacket, holding an old bow. His face was hidden in the shadows, but his eyes, those eyes burned bright like two flames staring directly at Vern. He waved his hand, signaling for Vern to follow, his face full of worry. But something was off. No voice, no sound. Just a deadly silence enveloping everything, as though the entire forest was holding its breath. Vern felt a cold chill running down his spine, as if the man wasn't really there. He called out, but only the echo responded, distorted, like the laugh of a madman. Vern hesitated, but the man turned back, waving more urgently, as though pleading. Vern's heart raced, but he stepped forward, each footfall feeling like walking on thin ice. Vern tried to keep his distance, but the man always stayed just far enough that he couldn't speak. The forest grew distorted. The trees seemed to shift, forming a living maze. The man led him through jagged rocks, places where no hunter dared to tread. A sharp screech came from behind, not the wind, not an animal. Vern turned, but saw nothing but thick darkness. He felt cold breath on the back of his neck, though no one was around. The trail led Vern into a narrow gorge where the moonlight could not reach. Every time he called to the man, only the echo answered, as if the forest was mocking him. Suddenly, the man stopped, standing on a ledge, turning to look at Vern. This time, Vern could see more clearly. His face was not human. Pale, cracked, like stone, and his eyes, no longer glowing, but hollow, like two black pits devouring the light. Vern heard a whistle, looked up, and saw the man standing 500 feet above him on the steep cliff. But it was impossible. No one could climb that fast. Vern's heart raced, sweat trickling down his forehead. Vern wanted to run, but his feet felt nailed to the ground. The man pointed down into the deep abyss, where a pile of white bones appeared in the weak light. The bones began to move, snapping together into a twisted shape like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. Vern screamed, firing an arrow, but it passed through the figure and lodged in the rock face. The man on the ledge smiled, a smile with no lips, only sharp teeth gleaming in the darkness. A scream echoed, not from the man, but from the abyss itself, as if the mountain itself was awakening. Vern stepped back, but the rock beneath his feet began to tremble. He climbed the rocky slope, each step causing small rock falls, making him lose his balance repeatedly. The pile of bones had now formed a twisted human figure, crawling up from the abyss with terrifying crackling sounds. Vern screamed, calling the man's name, but he had disappeared, leaving only a laugh echoing in the air. He felt the forest tightening around him, like a living trap. Every branch seemed to reach out, scratching at his skin. He finally made it to a flat clearing, exhausted. Breathless, Vern sat on a stone, scanning his surroundings, but saw no sign of the man. But then, he heard the whispering, not from outside, but inside his head. "Look," a cold voice rang out. Vern turned and saw an old torn shoe sticking out from under a large rock. He moved closer, and under the rock, he found human bones. But that wasn't the worst part. The rock began to shake, as if something inside was trying to break free. A bony hand reached through the crack in the rock, grasping Vern's wrist. He screamed, yanking his arm away, but the cold sensation lingered, as if the hand had left an invisible mark. The whispering turned into a scream. "You will stay here. Forever." Vern ran, not daring to look back, though the feeling of invisible footsteps chasing him grew closer. He fell into a creek, the cold water seeping into his skin. He marked the location with his GPS and decided to descend the mountain to report to the authorities. But when he pulled out the GPS, the screen flickered, displaying a strange message. "You cannot leave." Vern threw the device to the ground, but it remained lit, repeating the phrase like a curse. He felt the forest breathing, living, hunting him. Suddenly the forest grew silent. No wind, no birds. Vern heard footsteps, not one, but dozens of pairs from every direction. Shadowy figures appeared between the trees, their pale faces and empty eyes. They repeated, in unison, "You have seen. You must stay." Vern realized this was not just the ghost of a hunter, but an entire army of spirits, those who had vanished in the Lemhi range. He ran, but the forest seemed to change, the winding path leading him back to the same rock. The sheriff arrived, and Vern led them into the gorge to the body. But when they arrived, there was more than just the skeleton. A strange circle of symbols was etched around the rock, glowing under the moonlight. The police backed away, whispering about the old native stories. "This place is cursed. Anyone who sees it will never escape." Vern felt a cold draft pass through him, as if the forest was marking him. One officer tried to touch the symbol, but he screamed, clutching his hand as if burned. The police tried to move the rock, but each time they touched it, a cold wind blew through, carrying eerie moans from beneath the earth. They found a credit card in the wallet, realizing the man was a missing hunter from 53 years ago. But when Vern looked at the card, he froze. The face on it was identical to the man who had led him into the forest, but younger, more vibrant. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The rock cracked in half, revealing a dark pit beneath. An invisible hand pulled one of the officers in before anyone could react. The others fled in panic, leaving Vern alone. He heard the whispering again. "You belong to us." Vern summoned all his strength, running towards the faint light of dawn, but the feeling of the ghost still following him, lurking in the shadows of the trees, never left. Many years later, Vern never returned to Lemhi. He didn't want to. Be remembered for this, only glad that the hunter's family could have closure. But every night he dreamt of the empty eyes and the whispers. You haven't escaped. The Lemhi forest still stands, silent, waiting for the next person to step into its curse. I'm Sophie, and my childhood wasn't spent running through fields or playing in the backyard. It was a series of long nights when fear would squeeze my heart. I grew up in a small house in a trailer park, on the outskirts of a small town in Ohio. It had only 2 bedrooms, a narrow hallway, and a tiny living room. That house was like an old wooden box, creaking every time the autumn wind blew through. The trailer park was surrounded by withered cornfields, where thick fog rolled in every morning, as if the earth and sky were hiding a terrible secret. When I was 5, my mother, Laura, once said the land was cheap enough to be suspicious, but she never explained why. I only remember the cold nights, when the moonlight slipped through the window, casting shadows on the cracks in the walls. Sometimes, I'd wake up because I felt someone standing at the foot of my bed. A cold breath, brushing my face. I'd clutch my teddy bear, too afraid to open my eyes, praying for the sun to rise. One night I heard a scratching noise on the floor, like someone's fingernails dragging on the wood. I called out to my dad, Tom, but when he checked, there was nothing but darkness. The neighbors in the trailer park rarely spoke to us. They looked at our house with fearful eyes, as though it was a monster lying in wait. One old man whispered to my mother that, "This land is troubled." Mom laughed, but I saw her check the door locks 3 times that night. At that time, I didn't understand, but I could feel it. This house didn't welcome us. It was watching, waiting, and I was the only one who could hear the whispers from the dark. When I was 7, I knew the house wasn't normal. Nearly every night, I'd be awakened by heavy footsteps on the wooden floor. Not the light steps of my parents, but slow, deliberate thuds, as if someone was wearing boots and walking through the hallway. I would lie still, my heart pounding, trying to listen for where the footsteps would stop. They always stopped right outside my door, but when I gathered the courage to look, there was nothing but darkness. I told my dad, but he said I was watching too many horror movies. One night, the fear became reality. I slept in my parents' room because I couldn't stand the feeling of being watched. In the middle of the night, I jolted awake as a cold, icy hand touched my back. I screamed, waking my mother. The next morning, my mother looked at my back in horror. A red handprint burned into my skin like a burn mark. She trembled quietly, washing my clothes, but I saw her glance around nervously as if afraid something was lurking. From then on, I only slept with a lamp on. The house began to reveal its terrifying secrets. The kitchen cupboard would creak open at night, even though the windows were shut. Sometimes I'd see shadows stretching across the living room wall, but when I turned around, no one was there. Once I heard a lullaby from the corner of the room, a mournful tune, like the voice of a woman who had died long ago. I ran over, but all I saw was the old armchair swaying, as if someone had just sat in it. I started keeping a journal, writing everything down to keep my sanity, but each page had one strange detail. A black ink stain, as if someone had picked up my pen in the night. My mom hung a cross on the door, but it didn't help. The footsteps still echoed, the handprint still appeared on my skin, and I knew whatever was in this house was not afraid of the light. It was playing with me, and it wanted me to be afraid. By the time I was 9, things got even scarier. One night, I woke up and saw the figure of an old woman in a white dress standing at the end of the hallway. But what froze me in place was that she didn't have legs. Instead, there was a long black tail, slithering across the floor like a living snake. Her eyes glowed in the dark, not human eyes, but like two cold stones. I screamed, and my dad ran out, but she vanished as soon as the light turned on. My parents told me I was imagining things, that children dream strange things, but I knew it wasn't a dream. The old woman began to appear more often. Some nights, I saw her outside the window, her white dress fluttering even though there was no wind. Once I heard scratching from the ceiling as if she was crawling above me. The worst was the crying. One night, I heard a child crying from the next room, even though we didn't have any babies. The cry was sharp, like someone in pain, and it lasted until dawn. I ran to my parents' room, but they were sound asleep, hearing nothing. The next morning, I found a trail of black mud on the living room floor, stretching from the window to the hallway, then vanishing as if it had never been there. I started to fear even during the day. Every time I walked down the hallway, I felt a cold breath on my neck. Once, while washing dishes, I saw the old woman's shadow in the kitchen window standing right behind me. I turned around, but no one was there. That night, I heard her whisper my name. Sophie. Her voice hoarse, like it was coming from underground. I pulled the covers over my head, praying everything was just a nightmare. But I knew she was getting closer, and this house was no longer a home. It was her domain. In the fall of my 10th year, I couldn't take it anymore. When the sound of a child crying echoed once again, I decided to confront it. I grabbed a flashlight and walked down the hallway, the shaky light illuminating the cracks in the walls. The air was heavy, as if the house was squeezing around me. The crying led me to the living room, where I saw the old woman again. But this time, she didn't hide. She turned around, her face no longer human, just a dark void with two blank eyes staring into mine. The tail slithered faster, dragging across the floor, making a screeching sound like nails on a chalkboard. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like they were being swallowed by the earth. She moved closer, and I heard the child's cry coming from her mouth, as if she was holding dozens of souls captive. I backed away, tripped, and dropped the flashlight. In the darkness, a cold hand gripped my throat, squeezing tight. I screamed, struggled, and somehow I bolted out the front door, running into the fog of the trailer park. When I looked back, the house emitted an eerie blue light, like a creature breathing. The next morning, I told my mom. She didn't laugh anymore. She called a friend at the county library, and they uncovered the truth. The house was built on an old cemetery where people had been buried during a plague. No one had moved the graves, and the land still carried their curse. My mom immediately packed up, and we moved away the next week. I never returned to that house, but the darkness didn't let me go. Years later, I still dream of the old woman, her blank eyes and tail slithering in the dark. Once, when cleaning my mom's house, I found my old journal. The black ink stains had formed into the shape of eyes, as though the old woman was looking at me through the pages. I tore up the journal, but that night, the sound of a child crying echoed again, even though I lived in a different city. I knew whatever was in that house, it would never leave me. It had latched onto me like an inescapable curse, and I feared that one day the old woman would stand at the foot of my bed, not in a dream, but in the room where I now live. Under the fiery red sunset, house number 17 on Maple Street stood still, like a ghost in the quiet neighborhood. The tattered curtains fluttered even though there was no wind, and the windows reflected a strange light, as if someone was watching from inside. I'm a real estate agent working for a small company in town, Emma murmured, clutching a file folder. She had sold dozens of houses, but this one, something was off. It was rumored to be cursed, that those who stepped inside could hear whispers from the walls. She took a deep breath, trying to shake off the invisible fear that squeezed her chest. Emma pushed open the door and stepped inside, the wooden floor creaking under her feet. The air inside was freezing, even though the heater was still warm. This house is for sale, and my job is to inspect it before the clients come to view it. But as soon as she stepped into the living room, the chandelier on the ceiling rattled, then lit up, even though the switch was still off. Emma jumped, her heart pounding. She told herself it was just an electrical fault, but then a knock echoed. Slow, steady, from behind the wall. She turned around, but only saw thick darkness, as if the house was swallowing up the light. Emma walked slowly down the long hallway, the light from the chandelier flickering, casting distorted shadows on the walls. I checked each room, making sure everything was ready. But every door she opened creaked, as if the house was protesting her presence. In the master bedroom, an old dusty mirror reflected Emma's image. But something was wrong. In the ID mirror, her figure seemed to move slower, and her eyes, those eyes weren't hers. They were empty, deep, as if they wanted to pull her into another dimension. She turned away, trying to stay calm. Suddenly, I heard a knock at the door, but when I went to open it, there was no one there. The knocking sounded again, this time from upstairs. Emma gripped her phone tightly, but the signal was lost. She climbed the stairs, each step creaking like a groan. At the end of the second-floor hallway, a door was slightly ajar, revealing a dark room. From the darkness, a whispering voice came. "Don't leave." Emma froze, feeling an invisible hand brush past her shoulder. She wanted to scream, but her throat felt constricted by the heavy air in the house. Emma pushed the door open and entered the room, the dim light from the hallway barely illuminating an old armchair in the center of the floor. I felt like someone was watching me, even though I knew I was alone. But then, the chair began to rock, as though someone had just stood up. Emma stepped back, bumping into the wall. The wall shook, and a secret compartment opened, revealing a staircase leading into the darkness. The whispering voice came again, clearer this time. "Come down here." I turned back to check the living room, but the lights turned on by themselves. Emma screamed as the chandelier flared brightly, then went dark, leaving her in complete darkness. A hoarse laugh echoed from the secret staircase, stretching like wind howling through a tomb. Emma descended the stairs, each step echoing like a hammer strike on a coffin. The air in the basement was heavy, the smell of mold mingling with something rancid like dried blood. I tried to focus, but the feeling of unease grew stronger. At the bottom of the stairs, she found a small room, the walls covered with drawings, distorted faces, hollow eyes, as if they were staring straight at her. On the table in the middle of the room was an old notebook, its leather cover torn. Emma opened it, her hands trembling. Inside, there were scrawled words. "They won't leave. They stay forever." I heard footsteps behind me, but when I turned around, there was nothing. But then, the darkness behind her shifted. A tall, faceless figure appeared in the corner of the room, its unusually long arms reaching out. Emma screamed, dropping the notebook. The figure vanished, but the hoarse laugh rang out again, this time from right behind her. She rushed up the stairs, her heart racing in her chest. I ran to the front door, but it was locked, even though I hadn't touched it. She pounded on the door, screaming, but no one answered. The house seemed alive. The the walls trembling, and the whispering now turned into a scream. "You belong to us!" Emma ran into the living room trying to break a window, but the glass wouldn't shatter, as if reinforced by an invisible force. Finally, I left the house, swearing never to return. But as she turned her head, a photo on the wall caught her eye. A family standing in front of this house, but their faces, they were exactly like the drawings in the basement. Emma realized the house wasn't just cursed, it was collecting souls. She felt a chill run through her body, as if the house had marked her. Emma finally broke the door and ran outside as the first light of dawn appeared. Later, I discovered that the house once belonged to a family that mysteriously disappeared many years ago. She turned back to look at the house one last time and saw the curtains fluttering, as if someone was waving. The whispering still echoed in her head. "You will come back." Months later, the house still hadn't sold. Emma left the company, but every night she dreamed of the faceless figure standing outside her window. She researched and found that everyone who had lived in the house had vanished, and the symbols in the basement were part of an ancient ritual to summon an unnamed entity. House number 17 on Maple Street still stands silently, waiting for the next victim to step through its cursed threshold. Late at night on a country road in Nebraska, my old car hummed under the dim headlights. I'm Claire, and beside me is Hannah, my best friend from high school. We had just left a party in a neighboring town, and now we were trying to get home before the storm hit. Country music softly played from the radio, but it couldn't mask the sound of the wind howling through the cornfields on either side of the road. The fog began to thicken, as if the night was swallowing everything. Hannah yawned, but I couldn't relax. Something felt off. A cold chill ran down my spine. Suddenly, my headlights swept over an object up ahead. I slammed the brakes, and the car skidded to a halt. In the fog, an old truck appeared, parked crookedly by the side of the road, its interior lights glowing brightly. The driver's door was wide open, but no one was around. Hannah whispered, "What's going on, Claire?" I didn't answer, my heart racing. I inched the car forward, my eyes locked on the truck. There was no sign of the driver, no sound, just an eerie silence. Then, Hannah grabbed my hand, her voice trembling. "Look, there's something in the truck." I squinted, and just then, a cold gust of wind blew through, making me shiver. Had we just walked into a trap? I turned off the radio, and the silence filled the car. We got closer, and saw the truck parked by the road, the door open, the interior, lights blindingly bright. The weak yellow light spilled from the cabin, making the surrounding darkness even thicker. Hannah whispered, "There's someone inside." I squinted, and my heart seemed to stop. Inside the truck, a man was tied up, his mouth taped shut, his eyes wide as he signaled for help. His hands jerked violently as if trying to break free. "Call 911, I screamed, but Hannah held my hand, her nails digging into my skin. "Wait, Claire. Something's wrong." Her voice was shaking, her eyes fixed on the darkness outside the truck. I looked and realized there were no footprints on the ground, no sign of anyone else around. How could he be tied up with no one else here? A noise echoed, a low screech, like metal scraping against stone, coming from behind the truck. I was about to dial the police, but Hannah stopped me, feeling like this was a trap. "What happens if we stop?" she asked, her voice faltering. I looked at the man, his eyes pleading, but then I saw a faint shadow move through the fog near the cornfield. It wasn't human, too tall, too thin, and it was coming toward us. Hannah screamed, "Drive, Claire!" I slammed the gas pedal, the tires screeching against the ground, but in my mind that screeching sound still rang out, as though it was chasing us. The tires screamed as I floored the gas, speeding into the thick fog. Looking in the rearview mirror, I saw the truck's headlights flick on, blinding light like the eyes of a monster. Hannah screamed, "It's chasing us!" The truck's engine roared behind us, getting closer and closer. I gripped the steering wheel, sweat dripping down my forehead. The narrow country road, flanked by tall cornfields, offered no escape. "Hurry, Claire!" Hannah turned around, her face pale. I glanced in the mirror, the truck only a few meters behind, the headlights flashing like a threatening signal. Suddenly, there was a loud pop. Our tire deflated. The car swerved and I fought to keep it straight, but the speed slowed. The truck was closing in, and I heard a laugh. Not from the man tied up, but from a low voice that didn't belong to a human. We were in a panic, trying to escape. Hannah fumbled with her phone, but there was no signal. We were completely isolated. Suddenly, the truck slowed, its headlights fading. I thought we had escaped, but then a tall figure appeared in front of the car, standing in the middle of the road. It had no face, only two white glowing spots where its eyes should be. I screamed, swerving the car, and it skidded off the road. The figure vanished, but the laughter still echoed in my head. Finally, the road widened, leading into town. The truck no longer chased us, but I was still trembling. Hannah held my hand, whispering, "We were right not to stop." But I knew, whatever it was, it wouldn't let us go so easily. We stopped at a gas station in town, the fluorescent lights helping to calm me. Hannah called the police, but when they arrived to check, the truck had vanished, leaving no trace. The police told us that similar incidents had happened, a trap to lure victims, often ending in robbery or worse. I shivered, realizing how close we had come to becoming prey. But what haunts me isn't the truck or the tied-up man. It's the faceless figure on the road and that low laugh that seemed to come from hell. I started seeing it in my dreams, standing in the middle of the cornfield, its white eyes staring into me. One night when driving home, I heard the metallic screech from the back seat, even though the car was empty. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror again. Hannah never brought it up again, but I saw her checking the locks every night. I knew we were right to run, but I wasn't sure we had truly escaped. That thing didn't need the truck to chase us. It had seen us, and I feared that one day, when the fog thickens again, it would be standing right outside the door, waiting. In the late afternoon, Sarah stepped into the old Miller house where she had been hired to look after the two girls, Lily and Ava. The smell of rotting wood lingered, blending with something indescribable, like the breath of a distant memory. "I've babysat here a few times and everything was always normal," Sarah thought. But today she felt a chill tighten around her neck, as if someone had just whispered in her ear. She checked her watch. 5 p.m., still early, but the light outside seemed to fade faster than usual. The window rattled gently, as if the house itself was breathing. Lily and Ava were playing in the living room, but their eyes were darting around, as though they were hiding something. Sarah laughed, trying to keep the atmosphere light, but when she asked about their game, Lily whispered, "You shouldn't open the closet." Sarah laughed loudly, thinking it was just a child's prank, but then a thud echoed from upstairs, like something heavy falling to the floor. She jumped, looking up at the ceiling, but only saw thick darkness. Sarah led the girls upstairs, trying to remain calm. Lily and Ava said there was a man living in the closet in their room. She smiled, thinking it was just their imagination, but Ava grabbed her hand, her eyes wide. "He doesn't have hands, and his eyes are red like blood." Sarah's heart skipped a beat. She opened the door to their bedroom, and the light from the hallway illuminated the room. But the corner where the closet stood was drowned in thick darkness, as though the light was swallowed up. She turned on the light, but the bulb flickered and went out. I joked that it was just a children's story, but both girls were serious. Sarah checked the closet, pulling the door open, only to find old clothes and a torn doll lying on the floor. But when she closed the door, a faint scratching sound came from inside, like nails tapping on wood. The girls screamed and ran into the hallway, leaving Sarah alone with the darkness. She stood still, her breath frozen, feeling invisible eyes watching from within the closet. Sarah slammed the closet door shut, her heart pounding. Then, we heard knocking from inside the closet, even though no one was there. She pulled Lily and Ava down to the living room, trying to reassure them, but the knocking continued, this time from all the walls, as if the house itself was alive. Lily's frantic eyes widened. "He's angry now. You opened the closet." Sarah turned on the TV to drown out the noise, but the screen distorted, displaying a blurry figure with glowing red eyes. She turned off the TV, but the image lingered, etched in her mind. I checked the closet again, but this time there was a shadow standing in the corner of the room. Sarah turned back into the bedroom, opened the closet door again. But this time, a cold gust of wind blew out, carrying the stench of something rotting like a decayed corpse. In the darkness, she saw two red dots flickering, like eyes staring straight at her. She stepped back, bumping into the wall, feeling an invisible hand brush past her shoulder. The whisper echoed unclear. "You've seen me." Sarah closed the closet door and pulled the girls outside to the porch, but the air outside was heavy too, as though the darkness from the house was spreading. I called the children's parents, but no one answered. She turned back to find the front door wide open, even though she had locked it. A whisper came from the bedroom. "Don't leave me." Sarah grabbed Lily and Ava's hands, deciding to go back inside to grab the car keys, but the stairs now seemed longer, darker, like they led into another dimension. In the bedroom, the closet shook as if something was banging from inside. The shadow disappeared, but I felt it was still there, watching. Sarah opened the closet, and a cold hand grabbed her wrist from the darkness. She screamed, pulling her hand free, but a strange red mark appeared on her skin, like a curse. The two girls screamed, pointing to the corner of the room, where a faceless figure with glowing red eyes slowly emerged. It didn't move like a person, but glided, like a ghost chained to the house. Sarah grabbed the girls and ran down the stairs, but the house seemed to change, the hallway twisting like a maze. We ran outside, but I couldn't forget what had happened. The front door slammed shut behind them, and a hoarse laugh echoed from inside. Sarah took Lily and Ava next door, but when she looked back, she saw the faceless figure standing behind the window, its red eyes staring straight at her. She felt a chill run through her body, as if it had marked her. She called the police, but when they arrived, the house was silent. No trace of the figure. The children's parents came home and thanked me, but I didn't tell them anything. Sarah checked her wrist. The red mark was still there, burning like it was fresh. She researched and found that the house had once been the site of a strange disappearance, linked to a man who had been cursed, never to leave. The red mark was a sign of the curse, a reminder that she had stepped into its domain. Sarah never returned to the Miller house. I still shudder when I think of that night, and I never babysat again. But every time she passed the neighborhood, she felt the invisible gaze from the house following her. The red mark on her wrist faded, but sometimes on quiet nights it would heat up again, and she would hear faint scratching, like from inside the closet of her own home. She looked into it further and discovered the faceless man had once lived in the house, cursed after a failed ritual, forever trapped. The house was now abandoned, but children in the neighborhood still whispered about the red eyes in the darkness. Sarah wondered, had she truly escaped the curse? Or was she simply waiting for the day it would come back to collect? It all started with a red crayon rolling off the table, untouched by anyone. I'm Abby, and at that time, I was 6 years old, living in a suburban house in Wisconsin. Our house was as normal as any other family's: a white fence, a neatly trimmed lawn, and a bedroom full of toys for me. But there were moments that made me feel like the house didn't belong to us. At night, when the nightlight dimmed, I could hear whispers coming from the closet, as if someone was whispering my name. My mom, Ellen, always told me I had a vivid imagination. My dad, Mark, would laugh and say that kids make up stories. But I wasn't making it up. The red crayon wasn't the only time. Some nights I'd wake up and see my favorite teddy bear in the corner of the room, even though I had gone to sleep with it in my arms. Once the window in my room was wide open during a storm, even though my mom swore she had locked it tight. I told Mom, but she just patted my head and said it was just the wind. But I could see the hesitation in her eyes, as though she, too, felt something wasn't right. The neighbors rarely came near our house. One elderly woman once peered through the fence, whispering to my mom that this land had too much darkness. My mom laughed awkwardly, but I saw her check the locks 3 times every night. I didn't understand what the darkness was, but I started fearing the hidden corners of the house, the dark stairs, the hallway leading to the garage, and especially the closet in my room. Every night I would pull the blanket tightly over my head, trying not to look at the dark. But then one night the darkness answered me. A gentle voice, unclear where it came from, called my name. Abby. I didn't dare respond, but deep down I knew it wasn't human, and it had chosen me. Not long after I heard the voice, I met her. At 6 years old, I started talking to an imaginary friend named the Faceless Girl in my bedroom at night. She didn't appear like a normal person. She was a shadowy figure, standing in the corner of the room, wearing a flowing white dress, but where her face should be, there was only a smooth, empty space like mist. Her voice was gentle, like the wind through leaves, telling stories about a dark place where no one ever smiled. I wasn't afraid of her, at least not at first. Every night I waited for her. I would sit on my bed hugging my pillow, and she would appear, whispering strange stories. Once she told me about a little girl trapped underground calling for her mother, but no one heard. I asked her if it was real, but she just fell silent, and I felt a cold chill. I drew a picture of the Faceless Girl, a shadowy figure in a white dress, with no eyes, no mouth. I showed it to my mom, but she frowned and told me I should draw the sun or flowers. I saw her secretly hide the drawing in a drawer, but the next morning, it was back on my desk. I started to change. I would laugh to myself while playing in the yard, feeling like she was watching from the window. I whispered to her during class, making my teacher call my mom in for a meeting. My mom asked me about the Faceless Girl, but I just said she was a friend and friends don't abandon each other. That night I heard a scratching sound from the closet, like fingernails tapping on wood. I opened the door but only saw darkness. When I turned back, my pillow had shifted, as though someone had just sat on it. My mom began going to church more, bringing home a cross to hang on my bedroom door. But she still came, and each time, her voice was colder, as though she was angry. I didn't know what she wanted, but I began to fear that if I stopped talking to her, she wouldn't leave me alone. Things got worse when I was 7. One night, my mom heard a child's laugh coming from my room, but when she came in, she found Me sitting alone on my bed saying, the faceless girl had just left. Mom hugged me, but I saw her hands shaking. She started checking my room every night, but she always knew how to hide. I heard light footsteps on the carpet, as if she was walking around my bed. Once I woke up and saw the curtain swaying, even though there was no wind. I called for my mom, but when she came, the curtain had stopped, as though she was playing. The next morning, my mom found my drawing torn to pieces, but the pieces had been reassembled into a distorted face, not made by me. Mom panicked, throwing the drawing in the trash, but that night I saw it back on the table, more distorted, as if it was smiling. I didn't dare draw anymore, but my crayons still moved on their own, leaving scribbles on the wall, empty circles, like her face. My mom called a priest to come, and he prayed in my room, but I heard her whispering from the corner, "They can't drive me away, Abby." I began to fear even during the day. At school, I saw her shadow outside on the playground, standing behind the trees, her white dress fluttering in the wind. My friends avoided me, saying I was strange. Once I heard her laughter in the bathroom, but when I opened the door, no one was there. My mom cried when she saw me sitting in the corner of the room, holding my head, trying not to hear her calling. She decided not to wait any longer. She packed our things, telling my dad we had to leave. But on the last night in the house, I felt her closer than ever. The closet door creaked open, and I heard her singing. A lullaby without words, cold as ice. I pulled the blanket over my head, praying for daylight, but I knew she didn't want me to leave. We moved the following week to a new house hundreds of miles away from Wisconsin. My mom never mentioned the old house again, and my dad acted like everything was just a nightmare. I tried to forget, but the faceless girl didn't let me go so easily. In the new house, I didn't hear her anymore, but I could still feel her invisible gaze on me. Once, while doing my homework, I saw my crayon roll off the table just like before. I screamed, and my mom ran in, but she only saw me panicking, with nothing out of the ordinary. When I was 15, I found an old box in the basement. Inside was my notebook from the old house, filled with scribbles, empty circles like her face. I was about to tear it up, but then I heard her whisper, "Abby, I'm still here." I threw the notebook down, ran upstairs, but that night, I dreamed of her. She stood at the foot of my bed, her white dress torn, and this time, her face wasn't empty. It was a twisted smile, full of sharp teeth. I woke up, my heart pounding, and saw the curtain swaying, even though there was no wind. Now as an adult, I still feel like the faceless girl never left. I don't draw anymore. I don't whisper in the corner of my room. But whenever I'm alone, I feel the cold breath on the back of my neck. One night, while cleaning the new house, I found a piece of old paper tucked in a book, a piece from the old drawing, with just an empty circle, as though it was looking at me. I burned it, but the smoke rose, forming a face, and I heard the child's laugh from afar. I never told my mom about the faceless girl again, but I know she felt it too. She hung crosses on every door, but I don't believe they're enough to protect us. I don't know what she is, a spirit, a curse, or just the darkness in my mind, but I know she chose me from the very first night in the old house. She's still somewhere, waiting, and I fear that one day, when the nightlight goes out, I'll see her standing there, no longer a friend but something far more terrifying, ready to pull me into her darkness forever. Jake took a sip of coffee, sitting in a small roadside cafe in San Diego, the neon lights flickering on the glass door. It was just a normal Saturday evening. I had just finished my shift and was waiting for a friend, he recalled, his eyes scanning the busy street. But when the clock struck 10, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the city, turning everything into blurry silhouettes. The laughter and music from distant bars abruptly stopped, leaving an eerie silence. The air became heavy, as if time itself was slowing down. Jake stood up, paid, and walked outside. I heard a horrifying scream several blocks away. The scream was sharp, like tearing through the fog, causing him to stop. He looked around, but the street was now deserted, only the dim streetlights flickering. A strange sensation crept up, on him, not fear, but a gut feeling that he was about to step into something he shouldn't be involved in. But then, the scream came again, closer, more desperate, like a plea for help that couldn't be ignored. Jake ran towards the scream, his shoes pounding on the wet sidewalk. I ran down several corners, my heart pounding, trying to find the source of the scream. The fog was so thick that he could only see a few meters ahead, as if the world had been swallowed up. Suddenly he stumbled over something soft underfoot, a torn jacket stained with a dark red liquid. Jake froze, stepping back, but there was no one around. The scream stopped abruptly, replaced by a faint moan, like someone dying, echoing from the darkness. He called out, "Is anyone there?" Only a distorted echo answered, as if the fog was playing hide and seek. I saw a man lying on the sidewalk, blood pouring from his head. But when Jake bent down, the man lifted his head, his eyes wide and pupilless. "Don't help," he whispered, his voice unnatural. Jake froze, feeling a cold breath on the back of his neck, even though he was standing alone. He wanted to turn away, but the white, empty eyes seemed to hold him as if they wanted to pull him into an invisible abyss. Jake stepped back, his heart racing. I called 911, but there was no signal, even though I was standing in the middle of the city. He looked down, but the man had vanished, leaving only a bloodstain on the sidewalk. The fog seemed to shift, forming distorted shapes, like hidden ghosts. A hoarse laugh echoed from behind, making Jake spin around. There was no one, but he felt invisible footsteps approaching, slow and steady, like the heartbeat of a predator. He ran, but the street seemed to twist, leading him back to where he started. I heard footsteps behind me, but didn't dare to look back. Suddenly a figure appeared in the fog, tall and thin, wearing a torn coat, his face obscured in the shadows. He didn't speak, only pointed toward a dark alley. Jake hesitated, but the moans came again from the alley, like a cry for help. He stepped forward, each step heavy as lead, feeling the fog tightening around him like invisible ropes. The alley was pitch black, the smell of decay rising from the piles of trash on either side. In the alley, I saw a woman huddled, holding her knees. But as Jake got closer, she looked up, her face pale, eyes hollow like the man's. "Don't come closer," she screamed, but her voice echoed, as if dozens of people were speaking at once. Jake stepped back, bumping into a cold wall. The wall shook, and strange symbols appeared, glowing red in the darkness like a curse being awakened. Suddenly, the woman sprang to her feet, moving unnaturally, like a puppet on strings. I wanted to help, but an overwhelming sense of dread held me back. Jake turned and ran, but the alley seemed to stretch on forever. The hoarse laugh echoed again, closer, as if right behind him. He glanced back and saw the tall figure standing at the end of the alley, its white eyes glowing. "You've seen," it whispered, and the fog tightened around him, as if it wanted to swallow him into the darkness. Jake bolted out of the alley, the fog clinging to him like invisible hands. I ran toward the city lights, my heart pounding as if it might explode. But when he emerged, the street was still silent, no one in sight. He checked his phone. The screen flickered, displaying the message, "You cannot leave." Jake threw the phone to the ground, but it remained lit, repeating the message like a curse. He felt the invisible eyes from the fog, as if the entire city was watching him. Suddenly, figures appeared in the fog, pale faces, white eyes, silently surrounding him. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I had to run. Jake rushed through them, feeling cold fingers scrape his skin. He ran until his lungs burned, finally stopping in front of the cafe he had been in earlier. But when he looked into the window, the reflection wasn't his face. It was the white eyes smiling. He screamed, pounding his hands. Jake pushed the cafe door open, but inside was empty, the neon lights now glowing red, like blood. I called the police, but they found no one in the alley. He went home, but every night he dreamed of the pale faces whispering, "You belong to us." He researched and discovered that there had been a series of disappearances in that neighborhood, linked to an ancient ritual, summoning an entity in the fog. Those who heard the scream were marked, never truly able to escape. Jake moved to another place, but the fog seemed to follow him. I never returned to that neighborhood, and I never told anyone. Sometimes on quiet nights, he would hear faint moans outside his window, and when he looked out, the fog would swallow him with blurry figures lurking. He sat in his new apartment trying to forget that night. I still remember the scream, as if it still echoed in my head. He checked the news, but there were no reports of missing persons in the neighborhood. I began to think it was all imagined, but then I saw a small bloodstain on my shoe. The bloodstain never washed away, like a reminder. One night, when the fog once again blanketed the city, he heard the knocking, slow, steady, like the heartbeat of someone. He didn't open the door, but the tall figure slid past the window, its white eyes staring straight at him. Jake knew. No matter how far he ran, the entity in the fog would find him. He wondered, had he truly escaped, or was he just waiting for the day it came back to collect its debt? Montana's winter woods are not for the faint-hearted. I'm Ethan, and I chose to live here, in a log cabin deep among snow-covered pines, 3 hours' drive from the nearest town. I enjoy the solitude. No phone, no neighbors, just the crackling fire and the sound of the wind whistling through the leaves. But that night, as I sat by the table with my cold cup of coffee, a sound broke the peace. A long, high-pitched screech, like fingernails scraping against tree bark, echoed from somewhere in the darkness outside. I grabbed a flashlight and checked through the window, but all I could see was heavy snow, obscuring everything beyond a few meters. The screech stopped, but the hairs on my neck stood up. I'm not superstitious, but the forest has a way of making you feel small, as though it's watching you. I turned back to the table trying to ignore it, but then another noise came, a slow tapping like someone tapping their fingers on the door. I gripped the hunting knife on the table, my heart racing. Who would be out here in the middle of the night in a snowstorm? I stood up, pulled back the curtain, but saw nothing except the swaying trees. The tapping stopped, and I told myself it was the wind or branches hitting the roof. But when I turned back, the chair by the fireplace, where I had placed my coat, was gently rocking, as if someone had just sat in it. I checked the door locks, examined the floor, but there were no footprints or signs of anyone. That night I couldn't sleep, the hunting rifle beside the bed, my eyes glued to the window. The forest was silent, but I knew something was out there, and it wasn't here for good reasons. The next day, I checked around the cabin. The snow was thick, no animal or human tracks, but when I ventured deeper into the woods, I saw a strange circle in the snow, as if someone had stood there, spun around, and then vanished. I returned, trying to stay calm. But each night, the cabin felt smaller, like the forest was tightening around me. The nearest neighbor, an old hunter a few miles away, had once warned me, "This forest keeps secrets no one wants to know." At the time, I laughed it off, but now I'm not so sure. The screech returned that night, closer, and I knew. It wasn't the wind, and it wanted to get inside. The knocking didn't stop. Nearly every night I heard it, but when I opened the door, there was no one, just snow and darkness. Sometimes, the tapping was soft like a child playing. Other nights it was louder, as if someone was knocking with their fist. I started leaving the porch light on all night, but it only made the shadows of the forest more menacing, as if they were moving. Once I heard a whisper mixed with the knocking, unclear words like the wind carrying a voice from far away. I shouted, "Is anyone there?" But only the echo of my own voice answered. One morning I found small footprints in the snow in front of the door, but they stopped in the middle of the woods, with no return path. The footprints were small, like those of a child, but there was no one living nearby, and the town was a day's walk away. I followed the tracks, the hunting rifle on my shoulder, but they led to an open space between the pines, then disappeared as if someone had dissolved into the air. I returned, my heart pounding, trying to convince myself it was just wild animals. But animals don't knock on doors, they don't whisper. The cabin began to change. My belongings, the knife, the coffee cup, the journal, appeared in places. I didn't leave them. One night I woke up to the creaking of the armchair, as if someone had just stood up. I checked, but all I saw was the weak firelight dancing on the walls. I began writing everything down in the journal, hoping to find a clue. But every morning, the page I'd written the night before had strange scribbles, small circles like tiny footprints. I went to see the old hunter, hoping he knew something. He looked at me, his eyes full of concern, and told me old stories. This forest never sleeps. There are things living here, not people, not animals. He told me to burn salt around the cabin, but when I tried, the wind blew the salt away instantly, as if the forest wouldn't allow it. That night, the knocking returned, accompanied by scratching on the door, like fingernails digging into wood. I grabbed the rifle, standing behind the door, but I didn't dare open it. When dawn came, I saw deep scratches on the door, too small to be from large animals, too sharp to be from a human. I began losing sleep, my eyes burning from staring into the darkness. Every sound, the breaking of branches, the wind whistling, felt like a warning. I felt something or someone right behind me, but when I turned, there was only cold air. The forest was no longer a refuge. It was a trap, and I was being hunted. I didn't know what was out there, but I knew it was getting closer, and it wanted more than just to knock. Curiosity led me deeper into the woods, and that was my biggest mistake. One day, I found an old ragged doll lying among the leaves in the forest from nowhere. It was small, its dress torn, one eye a button, the other just a hole. I picked it up, thinking maybe a child from the town had left it behind, but there were no tracks or signs around. I brought it back to the cabin, placed it on the shelf, hoping to find its owner. But that night, the knocking became frantic, as if someone was knocking with both hands. The knocking was no longer a joke. It rang out for hours, accompanied by a child's laugh, sharp, unlike any child's laugh I'd ever heard. I checked the doll, and my heart stopped. It wasn't on the shelf anymore, but lying on the floor, facing the door, as if it was looking outside. I stuffed it in a box, locked it, but the next morning the box was wide open, and the doll was sitting on the table, its dress soaked even though the house was dry. I began seeing a faint figure outside the window, small like a child, but moving too fast to see clearly. One night I saw the silhouette of a child standing outside the window, but when I ran out, all I found was the doll lying in the snow. I stood there, my breath turning to mist in the cold air, and heard the laughter echo from the forest. I ran into the cabin, locked the door, but the knocking didn't stop. It came from every direction: the door, the walls, even the ceiling. I checked the doll, and this time its hand had turned, pointing directly at me. I screamed, threw it into the fireplace, but the flames flared up with an eerie blue light, and the child's laughter echoed throughout the cabin. I no longer went outside. I closed the windows, kept the lights on all day, but the darkness still crept in. My journal was now full of words I didn't write. Stay. Look at me. Written in messy handwriting. One night I heard tiny footsteps on the roof like a child running back and forth. I held the rifle, but my hand shook so much I couldn't pull the trigger. When I looked out the window, I saw dozens of tiny footprints around the cabin, but no tracks leading to or from it. I called the old hunter, but he didn't answer. I drove to his house only to find his cabin abandoned, the door wide open, and a circle of small footprints around it, exactly like my cabin. I knew I couldn't stay. The forest was no longer a refuge. It was the domain of whatever it was, and I didn't belong there. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw the doll, and the child's laughter rang out, as if it knew I was about to run. I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to burn the doll, hoping to end it all. I poured gasoline on it, threw it into the fireplace, and watched the flames consume it. But the smoke thickened, forming small circles like footprints I'd once seen. The child's laughter echoed, not from the fireplace, but from all over the cabin, on the ceiling, on the floor, behind the door. I ran outside, the snow knee-deep, and saw small footprints around the cabin, as if dozens of children had surrounded me. I ran to the car, slammed the gas pedal, and left the woods, never looking back. But the knocking still follows me. I moved to a small town in Oregon, rented a cheap apartment trying to start over. But every night, I hear the soft knocking on the door, even though I live on the 3rd floor. I check, but the hallway is always empty. Sometimes, I see a small figure outside the window hovering in mid-air, but when I pull back the curtains, there's nothing but streetlights. I don't dare write in my journal anymore. But one morning, I found a piece of paper on my table, a circle drawn messily, with the words, "Look at me," in childlike handwriting. I started researching the old forest. The town library had a few records. A small village once existed near there, but was abandoned after a harsh winter. No one knew why, but there were rumors of missing children, never to be found. I contacted a historian, and she told me an old legend. The forest keeps restless souls. They seek someone to play with, and if you bring something of theirs back, you'll never escape. I shuddered, remembering the doll. I left the woods, but I still feel haunted, as if whatever it is follows me. I don't go outside after sunset. I don't dare look in the mirror when it's dark. One night, while washing dishes, I saw the figure of a child in the kitchen window standing right behind me. I turned around, but there was only cold air. That night, I heard footsteps in the living room, and when I checked, I saw a circle of snow on the floor, even though it wasn't snowing outside. I called the priest, but he just prayed and left, his eyes filled with fear. Now, I live with the lights on all night, the hunting rifle beside the bed. But I know the light won't protect me. I found a torn piece of cloth in an old jacket pocket, a piece of the doll, even though I burned it. I threw it outside, but the next morning, it was back on the table, soaked, as if it had been pulled from the snow. The child's laughter now echoes inside my head, without the need for doors or forests to get close. I don't know what it is, but it won't let me go. I fear one day, when the knocking returns, I'll open the door and what stands there won't be the doll or the child, but something far worse waiting for me since the first nights in the woods. I just wish I had never picked it up, but now it's too late, and the forest has marked me forever. Drizzle fell softly over the quiet park where Anna sat on a wooden bench, flipping through the pages of an old diary. "Tom was my best friend. We grew up together," she whispered, her finger tracing the familiar handwriting. Today was the EHI anniversary of Tom's death, and Anna had come here to remember the old memories. But when she looked up, a cold gust of wind suddenly blew through, causing the diary to fall to the ground. The pages opened, revealing a scribbled sentence she had never seen before. "I'm not going anywhere." She felt the air around her freeze, as though the park was watching her. Anna jumped, her heart racing. She looked around, but the park was empty, only the sound of rustling leaves like whispers. A year ago, I received the news that Tom had been in a car accident, but when she bent down to pick up the diary, a shadow passed by in the distance, wearing a green jacket, the jacket Tom always wore. Anna called his name, but the shadow disappeared behind the trees, leaving a chill running down her spine. She hugged the diary tightly and hurried home under the now heavy rain. The accident happened on a quiet road. Tom's car crashed into a tree. She still remembered the call from the hospital, the cold voice announcing that Tom hadn't survived. But now, the sentence in the diary left her confused. Tom had never written anything so strange. She turned on the living room light and checked the diary again, but the scribbled words had disappeared, as if they had never existed. She sat down, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. I always thought it was just an accidental tragedy. Suddenly her phone lit up, displaying a message from Tom's number. "Anna, help me." She screamed and dropped the phone. The screen flickered, then went dark. When she turned it back on, the message had vanished, but a photo appeared. Tom standing in front of the car, his eyes hollow, staring straight at her. Anna trembled, feeling as though the room was closing in, suffocating her. She checked the door, but the sound of the rain outside now seemed like whispers, repeating her name. Anna couldn't sleep that night. After the accident, I started seeing Tom everywhere, in mirrors, outside the window. She pulled the curtain back, checked the door, but the feeling of being watched remained. When she looked into the bathroom mirror, condensation formed into the words, "Find the truth." Anna stepped back, her heart pounding. She wiped the mirror, but the words reappeared, slowly fading, as if being swallowed by the glass. She decided to dig through Tom's keepsake box and found an old USB drive. I found a strange video in Tom's belongings. When she opened it, the video showed Tom driving on a quiet road, his face panicked, muttering, "They're chasing me." Suddenly, a dark figure flashed in front of the car, and the screen went black. Anna heard a knock at the door, slow and steady like a heartbeat. She trembled, knowing no one would visit at midnight. She gripped the USB tightly, feeling like Tom was trying to lead her to a secret he had paid for with his life. Anna took the USB to a repair shop to recover the video. The video showed a figure standing by the road just before Tom's car crashed. The technician said the video file was corrupted, but he found a hidden audio file. When played, Anna heard Tom's voice whispering, "Anna, don't trust them. Find the box." She remembered Tom mentioning a secret box but never elaborating. She went back to Tom's house, now abandoned, to search for clues. In the old room, dust covered everything. but Anna felt the air was thick as if someone was breathing behind her. I found a small box in Tom's room, filled with strange letters. The letters talked about a group of people watching Tom, with odd symbols, drawn in red ink. When she opened the box, the lights in the room flickered and a hoarse laugh echoed from the attic. Anna clutched the box, knowing she was getting closer to the truth, but also closer to danger. She climbed to the attic, each step creaking like a groan. I began to suspect Tom's death wasn't an accident. Within the darkness, she saw an old mirror, reflecting not her but Tom, his face pale, his eyes pleading. "They're still here," he whispered. Then the image shattered. Anna screamed, dropping the box. The letters scattered across the floor, and the red symbols glowed, forming a circle around her. Suddenly, a tall, faceless figure appeared in the corner, with only 2 red glowing dots for eyes. I heard Tom's whisper as if he was right beside me. "Run, Anna," his voice echoed, but the figure advanced, its unnaturally long arms reaching out. Anna bolted down the stairs, her heart pounding, the darkness seeming to swallow her. She burst out of the house, clutching the box, the rain pouring as if to drown her. I went to the police, but they said there was no evidence of anything unusual. She opened the box, finding one last note in Tom's handwriting. "They want the secret. Don't let them win." Anna studied the symbols, discovering they linked to a secret organization that had been watching Tom over a project he was involved in. But when she looked up, the faceless figure stood outside her window, its red eyes piercing through her. She ran to the library searching for records about the organization. I found out Tom had tried to warn me, but it was too late. An old book mentioned a ritual summoning an entity through red symbols, and those who knew the secret were hunted. Anna felt an invisible hand touch her shoulder, but when she turned, there was only darkness. Anna returned home, resolved to face the truth. Every night I felt Tom was trying to reach me. She placed the box on the table, redrawing the red symbols, trying to unravel the ritual. Suddenly the lights went out, and a hoarse laugh filled the room. The faceless figure appeared before her, its voice icy. "You know too much," Anna screamed, throwing the box at it, but the figure dissolved, leaving a new note. "Run, Anna." She fled outside, but the streets now twisted, as if warped by the darkness. I didn't know if I was going mad or not. Anna ran to the park where it all began, seeing Tom's figure standing in the rain. "I'm sorry," he said, before fading into the air. Anna realized she wasn't just fleeing the entity, but also the secret Tom left behind. She clutched the diary, vowing not to let the organization win. Anna never returned to the park. I left town, but the feeling of being watched never went away. She hid the box in a safe place, but every night she dreamed of Tom, standing in the darkness, his eyes pleading. She dug deeper into the organization, learning they were still active, hunting those who knew about the ritual. I kept Tom's diary as a reminder. Sometimes in the rain, she heard a whisper, "Anna, help me." A red mark from the symbol appeared on her hand, fading, but never gone. Anna sat in her new apartment, reading Tom's diary again. I still heard Tom's voice as if he'd never left. She found a new page written in red ink. "They won't stop." Anna checked the door, but a knock sounded, slow and steady. I began to think Tom was trying to protect me from something. She recalled memories, Tom mentioning a secret project, but never elaborating. The faceless figure glided past the window, leaving a red symbol on the glass. Anna stared at the symbol, her heart racing. I didn't know if I was fighting something out there or my own mind. She opened the diary, seeing one last line. Anna, don't let them take you. Anna clutched the diary, shouting, "Leave him alone." The figure dissolved, but the hoarse laugh lingered, promising a return. Anna knew. She wasn't just fleeing, but fighting what Tom had faced. She swore to uncover the truth, even if it cost her life. She looked out the window, seeing the rain fall, and a faint figure passed by, wearing a green jacket, reminding her that Tom and his secret were still there. Late at night in Seattle, my fifth-floor apartment was eerily quiet. I'm Rachel, an office worker living alone, accustomed to the sounds of traffic and the bright streetlights outside. But that night, while I was watching Netflix, my phone lit up on its own, even though I had turned it off earlier. The screen showed a strange error message. Unidentified connection. I frowned, restarted the phone, but an unsettling feeling crept into me, as if someone was watching me through the window. I checked the curtains, but all I could see were the neon lights from the street reflecting. My small apartment, a living room, a kitchenette, and a bedroom, had never felt so cramped. I turned on all the lights, trying to shake off the odd sensation. But when I sat down on the sofa, my phone lit up again, this time with a sharp ping, as though someone had tapped on the glass. There was no notification, no call, just a blank screen. I shook my head, telling myself it was a software glitch, but my heart was racing. Outside, the wind howled through the buildings, causing the window to tremble slightly. I stood up and checked the door locks again, even though I knew I had locked them earlier. When I turned back, the TV remote was on the floor, even though I was sure I had left it on the table. Was I imagining things, or was something trying to grab my attention? A few nights later, things got worse. I received a text from an unknown number with only the words, "I see you." I stared at the screen, thinking it was a mistake or a prank. I replied, "Who is this?" but got no response. I blocked the number, but the next night, exactly at midnight, another number sent the same message. "I see you." My heart pounded. I checked the apartment, pulled the curtains tighter, but the streetlight still made me shiver. I checked the windows and doors, but saw no one around the building. Outside the hallway, the only sound was the hum of the air conditioner. I called my best friend Mia, but she said it could just be spam. I wanted to believe her, but every night, the messages came, always at 12:03 a.m., from numbers that didn't exist. I started leaving the nightlight on, my phone face down, but I still heard the ping that shattered my sleep. One night, I heard a gentle tapping on the living room window. I gripped the blanket tightly, too scared to go outside. The next morning, I saw a faint mark on the glass like a small handprint, but I lived on the 5th floor. No one could reach it. I reported it to the building manager, but he just shrugged, saying the wind must have dirtied the glass. I didn't believe him. I started noticing strange details. The hallway light flickered as I passed. The elevator stopped on the basement floor even though I hadn't pressed the button. I felt like someone, or something, was watching my every move, and the messages were just the beginning of this sick game. I tried to stay calm, but things were spiraling out of control. One night, I received a text with a photo of me sleeping in my room. The photo was blurry, but I recognized my pillow and blanket, the nightlight casting shadows on the wall. I screamed, throwing my phone to the floor, but it stayed on, showing another message. Closer now. I rushed out of the room, checked every corner, but the apartment was empty. I called 911, but the police said the number couldn't be traced, as if it didn't exist. I couldn't sleep anymore. I installed security cameras, but each morning the footage was just static, even though I saw a faint shadow moving in the dark. One time I woke up to a screeching sound coming from the phone, and the screen showed my room, as though someone was filming me live. I turned it off, but the phone still lit up, the whisper echoing, "Rachel." I threw it in a drawer, but the voice continued as if coming from the walls. I went to Mia's house hoping for safety, but the messages still came, now with a picture of me sitting on her sofa. Mia was terrified and told me to move out. I packed my things, trying to leave everything behind, but on the last night in the apartment, I saw small handprints all over the window, as if someone had stood outside all night. I ran out to the hallway, but the elevator opened to the basement and I heard laughter. Not human, but like metal scraping against stone. I knew that thing didn't just want to watch me. It wanted me to belong to it. I moved to Portland, hoping to leave everything behind. But I realized the one sending the messages might not be human, because the texts kept coming even when I turned off my phone. I bought a new phone, but every night the screen would light up with the message, "I see you." I couldn't sleep, afraid of seeing myself in another picture. One night the bathroom mirror fogged up, and I saw a faint figure behind me. No face, just two glowing spots instead of eyes. I went to a tech expert, but he couldn't explain it. I went to church, prayed, but the whispers still rang in my head, clearer every day. Once I woke up with a small handprint on the window, even though I was on a high floor. I didn't tell anyone anymore, afraid they'd think I was crazy. But I knew that thing didn't need a phone to find me. It was everywhere, in the darkness, in the glass, in my dreams. I feared that one day when the messages stopped, it wouldn't just watch. It would come, and I would have nowhere to run. Whispers behind the wall. Emma plugged in her headphones, tapping her feet to the music as she cleaned up the mess in her new apartment. "I just moved into a new place. Everything seems perfect," she smiled, thinking about her fresh start. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the polished wooden floor. But when she took off her headphones to take a break, a strange sound echoed. Not music, but a faint rasping sound, like a breath being choked, coming from somewhere in the room. Emma stopped, looking around, but all she saw were the pristine, white walls, cold and sterile. She walked toward the corner of the room where the sound was louder, and realized it wasn't coming from outside. On the first night I heard whispering like someone talking. The rasping turned into a vague voice, repeating her name. "Emma. Emma." She jumped, dropping the cup in her hand, and the shards scattered across the floor. The apartment seemed to grow darker, even though it was still light outside. Emma told herself it was just the wind, but deep down, she knew something was wrong. She stood still. The space around her felt like it was closing in. Emma swept up the glass, trying to remain calm. I thought it was the neighbors, or just my imagination. She turned on the light brighter, checked the windows, but everything was locked tight. That night, when she lay in bed, the whispering returned, clearer now, like someone standing right next to her. "Find it, Emma," the voice rasped, dragging on. She jumped up, her heart racing, but the apartment was silent, only the ticking of the clock like a slow heartbeat. She checked every corner of the room, thinking it might be the pipes or an echo from the old building. But the voice grew louder, as if it knew me. When she touched the bedroom wall, it shook slightly, and a cold draft slipped out from a small crack. Emma stepped back, feeling invisible eyes watching from the darkness. She turned on her phone and started recording, but when she played it back, all she heard was a screeching sound, mixed with her name, repeating over and over like an unshakable curse. Emma couldn't sleep that night, her eyes fixed on the wall. I started noticing a crack in the wall where the voice was clearest. She grabbed a flashlight, shining it into the crack, and realized it was deeper than she thought, as if it led into an endless dark space. The whispering now formed a complete sentence. "Open it, Emma. It's there." She trembled, but curiosity overpowered her fear. She tapped the wall, and a hollow sound echoed, as though there was a hidden space behind, concealing something. She grabbed a hammer and gently tapped the crack. When I struck the wall, the whispering grew louder, as if it was getting angry. Dust fell, revealing an old wooden board hidden behind. When she pulled the board out, a foul smell wafted up, and something fell out. A silver ring, etched with strange symbols. The whispering stopped, but the apartment shook, as if in fury. Emma clenched the ring, feeling an invisible hand brush past her shoulder as cold as ice. Emma examined the ring under the light, the symbols on it resembling ancient script. I searched for information, but no one knew about this apartment. She went online and found an old article about a disappearance in the building, related to a woman named Clara, who had lived in the very apartment she now occupied. The article mentioned a silver ring, the last thing Clara had before she disappeared. Emma froze, feeling the ring grow warm in her hand, as if it were alive, beating rhythmically like a heart. That night, the whispering returned, but now it was a woman's voice, desperate. "Give it back to me." I began to see a shadow in the corner of the room, just for a moment. Emma turned, but saw nothing, only the darkness that seemed thicker than usual. She placed the ring on the table and the window pane rattled, as if someone was knocking from the outside. Emma screamed, ran to lock the door, but the whispering now rang in her head, repeating, "Give it back, or stay." She felt the air grow heavy, as if it was suffocating her. Emma decided to return the ring to the wall, hoping to end it all. I placed the ring into the crack, but the whispering didn't stop. As she pushed the ring in, a cold hand gripped her wrist from inside the crack, pulling her hard. Emma screamed, yanking her hand out, but a strange red mark appeared on her skin, like a burn. The whispering turned into a scream. "You've seen me!" The apartment trembled, furniture crashing to the floor, as if the whole building was roaring. She ran to the door, but the lock was stuck tight, as if someone was holding it. The figure became clearer, a woman with empty eyes. Emma turned, seeing a faint figure, wearing an old dress, standing in the middle of the room. "Clara?" she whispered, but the figure shook its head and pointed at the wall. A red line appeared on the wall. "Open it all, or die." Emma grabbed the hammer, striking the wall with determination, despite the fear choking her. Each strike felt like waking something deep within the apartment. The wall shattered, revealing a dark void. I found an old journal hidden inside the wall, filled with strange writings. Emma shone the light on the pages, which detailed Clara being imprisoned by an ancient ritual linked to the ring. At the end of the journal, Clara wrote, "It will never let me go." Emma felt a cold draft wrap around her legs, as if trying to pull her into the darkness. She screamed, stepping back, but the journal fell open to the last page, a red symbol, the same as on the ring. Clara's scream echoed, not from the wall, but from all around the apartment. I felt like I was being pulled into something horrifying. The figure of Clara appeared, her empty eyes now glowing red, pointing at Emma. "You will take my place," she growled. Emma ran to the door, but the apartment seemed to change, the hallway stretching endlessly like a maze with no escape. She felt the darkness closing in like invisible ropes tightening around her neck. Emma ran through the hallway, her heart pounding. I ran out of the apartment, but I couldn't escape the whispering. She knocked on her neighbor's door, but no one answered. Finally, she ran into the street, but when she looked back, Clara's figure stood at the window, her red eyes watching her. Emma went to a hotel, trying to calm herself, but the ring, the one she had left in the wall, now lay on the table, as if someone had placed it there, glowing under the light. She found the building owner and asked about Clara. The landlord said the apartment had been vacant for years. No one had lived there. He mentioned Clara had lived there, disappearing after participating in a secret ritual. Emma checked her hand. The red mark was still there, burning like a curse. She realized, no matter how far she ran, Clara, or something in the apartment, wouldn't let her go. She held her head, trying to shake off the whispering that still echoed in her mind. Emma moved away from the city, but the whispering still echoed in the quiet nights. I never went back to that apartment, but I still hear it. She kept Clara's journal, researching the ritual, discovering it involved an entity trapped in the apartment, needing a new soul to replace the old one. The red mark on her hand faded, but sometimes it would warm up again, and she would see Clara's figure in the mirror whispering, "You're mine." She wondered, had she truly escaped, or was she just delaying the day the entity came to collect? One night as she opened the journal, she found a new line, not written by Clara. "Emma, don't come back." She looked out the window, seeing a faint figure standing in the street, red eyes gleaming, reminding her that the apartment and Clara were still waiting. Emma put the journal away, determined to forget the apartment. I tried to live normally, but every night the whispering came back. She found a paranormal researcher, telling them about Clara and the ring. The person warned, "The entity has chosen you. Don't let it win." Emma checked her hand. The red mark glowed, and she heard the knock, slow and steady. She didn't open the door, but Clara's figure slid past the window, whispering, "Open it, Emma." She knew. No matter how far she ran, the entity was still following, waiting for her to surrender. The house I bought in the suburbs of Pennsylvania was old, but the price was so cheap that I couldn't refuse. I'm Daniel, living alone, and I enjoy the quiet of the empty streets at night. But the basement of the house always made me uneasy. Damp, dark, with the musty smell of time. One afternoon, while cleaning to fix a plumbing issue, I tripped over a loose plank on the floor. Curious, I lifted it, and underneath was a small hollow containing an object wrapped in tattered linen. I pulled it out, my heart racing. The fabric fell away, revealing a small wooden box, no larger than a shoebox, its surface covered in thick dust. I wiped it off, and the flashlight illuminated strange carvings, not flowers or leaves, but odd curves, as if someone had tried to write something not of human language. The box was heavier than I thought, and when I shook it gently, something inside clinked, like stones tapping against wood. I wanted to open it, but the rusty lock wouldn't budge, as if it didn't want to be touched. That night, I left the box on the kitchen table, planning to take it to the locksmith the next morning. But when I turned off the lights to sleep, I heard a faint scratching sound from downstairs, like fingernails tapping on wood. I checked, but saw only the box lying still, moonlight streaming through the window, making the carvings on the box appear as if they were shifting. I laughed, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the next morning I found a faint handprint on the dust on the box, not mine, smaller, like a child's. I lived alone, and no one had been in the house. The house remained quiet, but I felt like it was waiting, as if I had just awoken something that shouldn't be disturbed. I'm not superstitious, but when I looked into the basement, the darkness seemed deeper, and I didn't dare go down there alone anymore. I couldn't resist the curiosity. One day I found an old wooden box in the basement, locked tight with strange symbols carved into it. I brought it upstairs, pried open the lock with a screwdriver, and the lid creaked open with a dry, cracking sound. Inside was a leather-bound notebook, worn and tied with twine. I opened it, and the yellowed pages were full of handwriting, the script shaky, as if written in panic. It described dreams about a faceless man standing in the dark, whispering incomprehensible words. I laughed nervously, thinking it was a joke. But as I read further, I saw my name, Daniel, written at the bottom of the page, even though I had just bought this house. That night, I dreamed of the faceless man standing at the end of the hallway, whispering my name. He had no eyes, no mouth, just a smooth space like mist, but his voice was chilling, like wind from the basement. I woke up, drenched in sweat, and heard a screech from downstairs. I checked, but saw only the notebook, lying open on the table, even though I had put it away. The open page had new writing. He sees you. I slammed the notebook shut, my heart pounding, and stuffed it into the box. The next morning, I found a smaller handprint on the living room window, as if someone had been standing outside, watching. Started researching the house. The neighbor, an elderly woman, told me that the previous owner had left after seeing something they shouldn't have in the basement. She looked at me with worried eyes and told me to take the box far away. I laughed it off, but that night, the dream returned, and the faceless man was closer, his hand touching the door to my room. I woke up to a light tapping on the wood, but when I opened the door, the hallway was empty. I couldn't sleep anymore. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt a cold breath on my neck, and the notebook seemed heavier, as if it was anchoring me to the house. I wanted to throw it away, but every time I picked it up, my hands trembled as if something wouldn't let me. The house no longer felt like mine. It belonged to him, and I was the one who had accidentally opened the door for him to enter. The dreams didn't stop, and he came closer each night. I began hearing footsteps in the house at night, even though I was alone. The footsteps were light, like a child's, echoing from the basement, walking through the hallway, then stopping outside my room. I locked the door, but the next morning I found scratches on the lock as if someone had tried to open it. I tried burning the notebook, hoping to ward him off, but the flames only burned weakly, and the notebook remained intact, just smoking, as if mocking me. I installed brighter lights, kept the TV on all night, but the darkness still crept in. One time I woke up and saw the basement door wide open, even though I had locked it tight. I went down to check, flashlight in hand, and saw a small handprint on the wall leading to where I had found the box. I turned back, but the flashlight suddenly went out, and I heard a whisper right behind me. "Daniel!" I ran upstairs, slammed the door shut, but the footsteps still echoed, now from the ceiling, as if he was everywhere. I went to see a priest, told him about the notebook and the dreams. He frowned and told me to bury the box somewhere no one could find it, but his eyes were filled with fear, as if he knew something. That night I dreamed of the faceless man standing beside my bed, his breath making the air icy. I woke up, and the notebook was on my pillow, open to the page. "He is here." I threw it to the floor, but the next morning it was back on the table with a smaller handprint, as if he was marking me. I no longer went outside. The house had become a trap. The bathroom mirror fogged up every night, and I saw the faceless figure glide past, not reflecting, just watching me. The footsteps now echoed all day, and my belongings moved, keys, coffee cups, as if he was playing. I knew I had to escape, but every time I touched the box, I felt his hand on my shoulder, holding me back. He was no longer just in my dreams. He was in the house in me, and I feared that if I didn't run now, I would never escape him. I couldn't take it anymore. I took the box to the woods behind the house, dug a deep hole, and buried it in the cold ground. I buried the box in the woods, but still felt the faceless man watching me. I returned, hoping everything would end. But that night, I heard scratching from the basement, like fingernails digging into the earth. I checked, but saw only darkness and a streak of dust on the floor, as if the box had tried to come back. Moved out of the house to an apartment in the city center far from the woods. But the dreams didn't stop. He was still there, faceless, whispering my name, now closer, as if he was only a breath away. One night I woke up and saw a small handprint on the window, even though I was on the 8th floor. I no longer dared look in the mirror, afraid to see him behind me. But every time I closed my eyes, I felt him there, waiting. I researched the old house. The library had records of a man who had lived there who disappeared after talking to the darkness. No one knew where he went, but I found a photograph, a man standing in front of the house, and behind him, a faint shadow, faceless. I didn't tell anyone about the faceless man, afraid they'd think I was crazy. But I know he doesn't need the box to find me. He chose me the moment I unlocked the door, and now he is a part of me. I live with the lights on all night, but the darkness still comes, and I fear that one day when the dreams stop, he will not just whisper. He will step out, and I will belong to him, forever trapped in the darkness of the house I once called home. Sarah sat on the couch in the old library, the dim light from the chandelier casting shadows on the dusty bookshelves. She had come here to join a ghost storytelling session, a monthly event in the town. I joined a ghost storytelling session in an old house, she thought. The storyteller, an elderly woman with deep-set eyes, began telling a story about a ghost trapped in a mirror, her voice low and deep, pulling the room into darkness. Sarah felt a chill down her spine, even though the summer air was still warm. Ghost stories had always intrigued her, but this time, something felt different, as though the story was touching her. When the story ended, the old woman stared directly at Sarah, whispering, "Beware of the mirror, girl." Sarah laughed nervously, thinking it was just a joke to heighten the drama, but as she left the library, a faint hiss echoed from the dark hallway, like someone was breathing. I heard a story about a ghost trapped in a mirror. Sarah quickly walked outside, not daring to look back, but the feeling of being watched lingered as moonlight flickered through the windows. She hurried home, trying to forget the strange warning. Back home, Sarah tried to shake off the strange feeling. That night, I saw a shadow in the bedroom mirror. She stood in front of the mirror brushing her hair, but for a moment, a pale face appeared behind her. Not hers, but that of a woman with hollow white eyes. Sarah screamed and turned around, but the room was empty. The mirror returned to normal, reflecting only herself, but her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. She checked the door, locked tightly, telling herself it was just an illusion from the haunting story. I thought it was just my imagination, but it felt too real. But when she turned off the lights, a soft knocking echoed from the mirror, slowly as if someone was knocking from within. Sarah turned the light back on, looked into the mirror, and saw a faint hand pressed against the glass, leaving a faint fingerprint. She stepped back, the room growing cold, as if being swallowed by darkness. She drew the curtains, trying not to look at the mirror, but the knocking continued, steady, like the heartbeat of something that didn't belong in this world. Sarah didn't dare to sleep, her eyes glued to the mirror. Each night the shadow appeared, those white eyes staring at me. She covered the mirror with a cloth, but the knocking still echoed, now accompanied by a whisper. "Do you see me, Sarah?" She rummaged through her memory of the storytelling session, recalling the old woman mentioning an ancient ritual where the ghost was trapped in the mirror to protect a secret. Sarah decided to return to the library to search for clues about the story. She needed to know if it was just a joke or a terrifying truth. At the library, she found an old, dusty book detailing the house where the storytelling took place. I researched the old house where the story began. The book told of a woman named Mai, who died centuries ago, her spirit trapped in the mirror after a curse. When Sarah looked up, the chandelier flickered, and a shadowy figure swept across the bookshelf, whispering her name. She trembled, clutching the book, feeling that the library was no longer safe, as though the ghost had followed her here. Sarah returned home, bringing the book with her. I felt like I was being pulled into that ghost story. She opened the book, reading about the ritual to break the curse, to face the spirit in the mirror and call its true name. Sarah stood before the mirror, took a deep breath and whispered, "Mai, I know you." The figure appeared closer than ever, its face distorted, the white eyes glowing. "Not me," the voice roared, and the mirror trembled as if it might shatter. Sarah stepped back, but the room darkened, the air heavy as lead. I tried to run, but the mirror seemed to hold me back. A cold hand reached out from the mirror, grabbing her wrist. Sarah screamed, pulling away, but a red mark appeared on her skin, like a burn. The figure in the mirror laughed hoarsely, and words appeared on the glass. "You will take my place." Sarah realized she had called the wrong name, and the spirit now wanted to pull her into the mirror. She bolted from the room, but the laughter echoed, as if the entity had latched onto her. Sarah ran out of the house, her heart pounding. I left the house, but I still saw the figure in every mirror. She sought the old storyteller, but the woman had vanished, leaving only a note. "The true name is the key." Sarah dug deeper, discovering the spirit wasn't Mai, but an ancient entity, disguising itself to trick people into breaking the ritual. The red mark on her hand burned every night, and the whispers grew louder. "You belong to me." She avoided mirrors, but the figure appeared in windows, in puddles. I don't know if I'll ever escape. One night as she opened the book, a new page appeared written in red ink. "Call me, Sarah." She looked out the window, seeing white eyes glowing on the street below, reminding her that the entity was still waiting, and the ghost story was far from over. Sarah clutched the book, wondering if she could find the entity's true name, or if she'd be hunted forever, pulled into the world beyond the mirror. The hike in the Oregon forest was my dad's idea, for the whole family to relax over the weekend. I'm Emily, 22 years old, not exactly a hiking enthusiast, but I enjoy the fresh air among the towering pine trees. That day, the fog was thick, covering the trail like a gray veil. My family, my dad, mom, and younger brother, were walking ahead, laughing and joking, but I lagged behind, enjoying the solitude. Then, I felt it. A gaze, like a pinprick at the back of my neck, as if someone was watching me from within the forest. I stopped, scanning the trunks of the trees. There was nothing but darkness and mist. My phone had no signal, and the flashlight in my backpack was suddenly useless. I called out to my dad, but my voice was swallowed by the damp air. Somewhere a branch snapped, not loudly but enough to make my heart race. I hurried to catch up with my family, but the feeling didn't leave me. It grew heavier, like someone was counting each step I took. When I caught up to them, My mom asked why I was so quiet. I didn't answer, just looked back at the trail. In the mist, I saw a dark shape like a human figure, but when I blinked, it disappeared. I told myself it was just exhaustion. But that night, when I took off my shoes, I found a strange mud stain on the soles, a small handprint, like a child's, even though I hadn't walked through any puddles. The forest was still silent, but I knew something had chosen me, and it wasn't going to let me go easily. By afternoon, the fog began to thin, revealing rays of sunlight filtering through the tree canopy. My family stopped to rest near a stream. My dad unfolded the map and my mom prepared sandwiches. I sat on a rock, trying to forget the strange feeling from earlier. Then I saw him, an old man standing in the distance, staring at me without moving. He wore a tattered coat, a baseball cap pulled low over his face, standing between two pine trees about 100 meters away. His eyes, though distant, seemed to pierce through me, cold and empty. I blinked, my heart pounding. But when I looked again, he was gone. I stood up, called to my mom, but my voice faltered. I told my family, but no one else saw him, and they thought I was imagining things. My dad laughed, saying it was probably another hiker. My younger brother teased me, saying I watched too many horror movies. But I couldn't laugh. I felt he was still out there somewhere in the forest watching me. As we continued, I noticed a carving on a tree, a strange curve, like a symbol, not graffiti. I touched it, and it was cold, like stone. My dad said it was just an old mark, but I saw more as we went along, as if someone had been marking the path. I tightened my grip on my backpack, walking closely behind my mom, but every rustling leaf made me jump. He didn't appear again, but I knew he hadn't gone. This forest was no longer a place of relaxation. It was his territory. The hike ended, but I couldn't forget him. That night, lying in the hotel room near the forest, I heard rustling outside the window, like someone walking by. I pulled back the curtain, only to see the shadows of trees. But the feeling of being watched crept back. The next morning on the trail, I heard footsteps behind me, but when I turned around, no one was there. The footsteps stopped when I stopped, started again when I walked, like some twisted game. I ran to my dad, but he said it was just the wind, blowing the leaves. The next day I walked alone near the edge of the forest, trying to find any trace of him. I found a torn piece of fabric in the bushes, the same color as the coat he wore. When I picked it up, it felt unusually heavy, like it was wet, even though the weather was dry. I dropped it, my heart pounding. Then, I found a piece of paper in the coat pocket with the words written on it, "I see you." My hand shook. The paper wrinkled, the ink smudged, as if written in haste. I don't remember putting it in the pocket. That night I dreamed of him standing at the end of the hotel hallway, his cap pulled low over his face, whispering my name. I woke up, drenched in sweat, and found the window slightly open even though I'd locked it. I checked my jacket pocket. The piece of paper was gone, but on the table was a carving resembling the symbols in the forest. I didn't tell my family, afraid they'd laugh. But I knew he wasn't just a regular hiker. He was in the forest, in my dreams, and now inside me. I wanted to leave, but every step seemed to lead me back to him. We left Oregon, returned to the city, but I couldn't escape. The fear still haunted me, as if the old man was still out there watching. Every night I heard a vague whisper, like his voice, calling my name in the wind. I didn't dare go outside alone, afraid I'd see him around the corner. One time, I found a stone in my bag, carved with symbols like those in the forest. I threw it away, but the next morning, it was back. I researched the forest. The town library had records of a man who had disappeared in the 1970s, living alone in the forest, and no one knew what happened to him. There was a blurry photo, the man wearing a baseball cap just like the one I saw. I didn't tell anyone, afraid they'd think I was crazy. But I know he doesn't need the forest to find me. He chose me, and I am his prey. I live with the lights on all night, but the darkness still comes, and I fear that one day, when the whispers stop, he will be standing in front of me, no longer far away. Sarah had just finished a long shift at the hospital and decided to stop by the in-house gym to relieve some stress. The fluorescent lights flickered, casting a dim glow over the dusty exercise machines in the corner. I started using the hospital gym at night, she thought. The space was quiet, only the sound of her breathing and the steady rhythm of the treadmill. But when she turned off the music in her headphones, a strange sound echoed, not from the machines, but a hoarse whisper, like someone calling her name from afar. Sarah, where she stopped the treadmill, looked around, but the gym was empty. On the first night I heard a voice like someone whispering. The whisper grew clearer, coming from the large mirror across the room. Sarah walked closer and saw her breath, fogging up the glass, but no one else was there. Suddenly, the lights went out, and a cold hand touched her shoulder. She screamed, turned on the lights, but saw only her own reflection in the mirror. Feeling as though invisible eyes were lurking, she hurried out of the gym, her heart racing, trying to convince herself that it was just exhaustion from the shift. Sarah tried to forget the incident, but she couldn't. The voice appeared every night I was in the gym. She returned to the gym, hoping it was just her imagination. But as she ran on the treadmill, the whisper returned, clearer now. "Stay, Sarah." She stopped, her heart pounding, realizing the mirror reflected the faint outline of a man standing right behind her. She turned around, but there was no one there, just the sound of a hoarse laugh echoing from somewhere in the room. She checked. The door locked tight, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I felt like someone was watching me from the mirror. When she looked at the mirror again, faint words appeared on the glass. "You belong here." Sarah stepped back, knocking over a dumbbell, the metallic sound reverberating in the silence. The fluorescent lights flickered violently, and she felt a cold chill, as if the gym was alive and wanted to keep her there. She ran out, but the laughter still echoed, as if the entity had latched onto her, unwilling to let go. Sarah stopped going to the gym, but the whispering followed her home. I started hearing the voice even when I was at home. She researched the history of the hospital and found out that the gym was built on land that had once been a mental ward, where a male patient had died under mysterious circumstances. Old records described the patient whispering to the mirror, believing it led to another place. Sarah shuddered, realizing the voice might be connected to him. She felt her apartment growing colder, as if the darkness was encroaching. I dug deeper and discovered that the gym was linked to a ghost. She returned to the hospital, asking co-workers, but no one knew anything for sure. As she walked down the hall leading to the gym, the lights dimmed, and a tall, thin figure appeared at the end of the hall, its white eyes staring at her. Sarah ran out, but the whispering still rang in her head. "Don't leave me." She realized the entity wasn't just in the gym. It had followed her like an unbreakable curse, pulling her into a nightmare. Sarah decided to confront the entity, to end the voice. I went back to the gym to find a way to stop the voice. She stood in front of the large mirror, took a deep breath, and called, "I know you're there." The figure of a man appeared in the mirror, closer than ever, his face pale, his white eyes glowing. "You've chosen," the voice roared, and the mirror trembled as if it wanted to pull her in. Sarah stepped back, but a cold hand reached out from the glass, gripping her wrist. She pulled her hand away, leaving a red mark like a burn. The figure in the mirror grew clearer, as if it wanted to drag me in. A red message appeared on the mirror. "Stay forever." The gym trembled, the exercise machines ran on their own, and the clashing sound of metal was deafening. Sarah screamed, ran to the door, but it was stuck tight, as if someone was holding it. She felt the air grow heavy, as if the entity wanted to swallow her. She banged on the door, finally breaking free, but the roar still echoed, as if the entity had marked her, never leaving. Sarah ran out of the gym, her heart pounding. I left the gym, but the voice still followed me. She took time off from work and moved to a new place, but the whispering still rang in her ears every night. Louder, "Now you can't leave." She found a paranormal expert who warned her that the entity had chosen her as the mirror keeper, a soul trapped in the world beyond the glass. The red mark on her hand burned every night, and the figure appeared in every reflective surface. Windows, screens, even puddles. She couldn't sleep, afraid of being pulled into the mirror. "I don't know if I'll ever escape." One night, she looked into the bathroom mirror and saw the red words, "Sarah, come to me." Outside the window, white eyes gleamed, reminding her that the entity was still waiting, and the whispering would never stop, pulling her into the eternal nightmare. She held her head, trying to push the voice away, but it felt like a second heartbeat, reminding her that she had entered the entity's domain, and the way out was growing farther away. Sarah packed away all the mirrors in her house, but the whispering didn't stop. I tried to live normally, but the voice still echoed. She sought help from a priest, but he told her that the entity had rooted itself in her, and the only way to stop it was to face it. One night she heard knocking from the wall, steady like a heartbeat. She looked at her hand, the red mark glowing, and the whispering filled her head. "Open the mirror, Sarah." She knew, no matter how far she ran, the entity would not let go, and she was being pulled into the world behind the glass. My high school in suburban Wisconsin wasn't anything remarkable. A two-story building with a long hallway, blue lockers, and worn-out posters advertising prom or anti-bullying week. During the day, it was full of laughter, the sound of shoes clacking and the coach's whistle echoing in the gym. But after school, when the students had gone home, the school became a gloomy maze. The fluorescent lights flickered, the smell of cleaning chemicals from the janitor's team wafted into every corner, and the darkness seemed to have a mind of its own. I'm Jacob, a junior, and that day, I stayed late in the library to work on my biology homework, as it was the only place I could focus without my little brother bothering me at home. The library was at the end of hallway A, with tall bookshelves and large windows overlooking the basketball court. I liked sitting at the last table where the sunset filtered through the glass, softening the harsh white light. But that day, a Tuesday in November, the sunset came early, and the darkness overtook the room faster than usual. The clock on the wall read 4:45 p.m., but I felt a chill in the air, as if someone had just opened a window, though everything was shut tight. I was jotting down notes about the nervous system when I heard a faint screech, like metal scraping against stone coming from the hallway. The screech wasn't loud, but it was enough to make me stop writing, the hairs on my neck standing up. I thought it might be the old heater or wind blowing through a door, so I stood up and looked outside. The hallway was empty, only the dim fluorescent light illuminating the posters about the chess club. "Is anyone there?" I called out, my voice echoing and then fading. There was no response, But the screeching came again, closer, as if it was right behind the bookshelves. I turned back to the table, my heart beating faster, and saw my biology book had opened to another page, a page about the human brain, with a drawing circled in red ink. I didn't have a red pen, and I was sure I had been reading about muscles. My hands went cold, but I told myself it was probably just a mistake. I closed the book, shoved it into my backpack, ready to leave. But when I stood up, the library door creaked as if someone had nudged it open. I looked out. No one was there. Just darkness in the hallway, deeper than usual, as though it was swallowing up the light. I felt like I was being watched even though I couldn't see anyone. It wasn't the first time I stayed late. I often practiced basketball with the team until 6 p.m. But this feeling was new and terrifying. Every small noise, the ticking of the clock, the wind whistling through the window, felt like a whisper, suggesting I wasn't really alone. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and stepped into the hallway, my shoes clacking on the tile floor. The overhead lights flickered, casting moving shadows on the walls, as if they were following me. I quickened my pace, heading toward the main stairs where the emergency exit door was always open. But then I saw him, a suspicious janitor, appearing where he shouldn't be. He stood at the far end of the hallway, tall and thin, wearing a gray janitor's coat, holding a mop. He didn't turn around, but I could feel his eyes on me, even though I couldn't see his face. I stopped, called out, "Hey, I'm heading out." My voice faltered, and he didn't respond. He just stood there, motionless, like a statue. Then, slowly he turned his head. The janitor's gaze was cold, like he knew something. His eyes were black, deep, unblinking, as though looking right through me. I turned away, walked faster, almost running. My shoes echoed loudly, but there was another sound mixed in. Footsteps echoing in the empty hallway, slower, heavier, like rubber-soled shoes dragging. I looked back. No one was there. The hallway was still bright, but the lights flickered, continuously, making the school feel like it was breathing. I reached the stairs, but the emergency exit door was locked, even though I knew it was never locked at this time. I shook the handle, but it was useless. The footsteps came again, closer, from behind. I ran back, searching for the nearest classroom, but every door I touched wouldn't budge, as though the school was trying to keep me there. I stopped in front of the chemistry lab, panting. The mirror on the wall reflected my face, pale, but there was a faint shadow behind me, like the shape of a person. I turned around. No one was there. The screeching sound came again, this time from the next room, like someone dragging a chair. I opened the chemistry lab door, hid behind the lab bench, my heart pounding. A pencil on the desk rolled slowly, falling to the floor, even though there was no wind. I closed my eyes, hoping it was just my imagination. But when I opened them, I saw a line on the blackboard. "Jacob, stay." I had never told the janitor my name. The screeching now came from the hallway, steady, like a rhythm. I peered through the crack in the door. The janitor's figure appeared again, just a few feet away, still holding the mop. But he wasn't mopping. He was just standing, his head tilted, as if listening. I stepped back, bumping into the lab bench, making a glass bottle clink. The screeching stopped, and a light knock came from the door. One knock, two knocks, then silence. I didn't dare move, just staring at the doorknob, praying it wouldn't turn. But it did, slowly, as if someone was testing it. I grabbed my backpack ready to run, but the door didn't open. Instead, a whisper echoed, unclear, like wind through leaves. But I heard my name, Jacob. The voice wasn't human, deep, low, cold as stone. I looked at the mirror on the wall, and this time the figure was clearer. Not the janitor, but a tall, shadowy figure with blank white eyes. I screamed, backed away, and the mirror shook, lightly, as if mocking me. I ran out of the chemistry lab, not caring how loudly my shoes echoed. The hallway was darker now, as though the lights were dimming. I ran past the lockers, past the art room, past the torn posters. The footsteps followed, now faster, as if he had lost patience. I turned into the English classroom, slammed the door, and blocked it with a chair. In the darkness, the blackboard glowed faintly in the moonlight from the window. A new line appeared, written in white chalk. "Don't leave." I hid under the teacher's desk, clutching my backpack, trying to remember the last time the school was normal. Last week, when I practiced basketball, I heard the screeching, but thought it was machinery. Now I know it was a sign, a warning I had ignored. I searched my backpack for my phone, but the screen only showed the school logo flashing, even though I hadn't set that as the wallpaper. I turned it off, but it turned back on by itself, and a message appeared. "Jacob, I know where you are." I threw the phone to the floor, and it shattered. But the whisper didn't stop, coming from the walls, the ceiling, everywhere. I looked. Through the crack in the door, the hallway was pitch black, but there was a faint light from the end of the hall, like a flashlight. I heard the rubber-soled footsteps, slowly, stopping in front of the door. A shadow appeared on the glass. Tall, thin, but without a face, just an empty space. I closed my eyes, counting down, praying for dawn. When I opened my eyes, the figure was gone, and the English classroom door was slightly open even though I had blocked it. I don't know who he is, or what he is, but the school is no longer a school. It is a trap, and I am the prey I sat in, the dark, hearing the school breathe, wondering if I could leave before he, or it, found me. The screeching returned, now from the locker beside me, as if someone was scratching metal. I gripped my backpack, trying to stay calm, but every breath I took seemed to sync with the school's rhythm. I remembered a story a friend of mine told, about a janitor who quit after seeing something he shouldn't have in the lab. Back then, I laughed, thinking it was a joke. Now, I don't laugh anymore. I stood up, slowly, looking out the window. The basketball court outside was pitch black, but I saw a faint light like a flashlight moving between the benches. It stopped, then turned toward me even though I stood in the dark. I stepped back, bumped into the desk, and a book fell to the floor. A book opened, and this time, it wasn't red ink. A line of chalk, right on the page. "Jacob, I'm waiting." I slammed the book shut, but the screeching now came from inside the room, as if it knew I was afraid. I couldn't stay here anymore. I pushed the chair against the door, ran into the hallway, knowing he could be anywhere. The hallway now felt like a maze, with dark corners I had never seen before. I ran past the music room, where the piano played a low note, though no one touched it. I ran past the art room, where a painting on the wall seemed to follow my every move. I ran and ran, but the footsteps still followed, never stopping. At the end of the hallway, I saw the main exit door, the street light filtering through the glass. I charged toward it, but the doorknob wouldn't turn. I pounded on the door, shouting, but no one heard me. The footsteps stopped, right behind me. I turned around, and he was there, just a few steps away, his black eyes unblinking. I closed, my eyes praying to wake up, but when I opened them, he was gone. Only the screeching remained, and a carved line on the door. "Jacob, stay forever." I collapsed to the floor, clutching my backpack, not knowing what to do next. The school where I once played basketball once laughed, now felt like a strange, foreign place. I don't know what he wants, but I know one thing. I haven't escaped, and maybe I never will. I was still crouching under the teacher's desk in the English classroom, clutching my backpack, my heart pounding after everything that had just happened. The hallway outside was silent, but it wasn't the usual kind of silence. It was heavy, as if the school was holding its breath, waiting for me to make a mistake. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting light. On the blackboard where the words "Don't leave" still lingered, the white chalk gleaming as if alive. I didn't dare look for too long, afraid it would write something else. Then I heard it, a knock, slow and steady, not from the door, but from the lockers in the corner of the room. One knock, two knocks, like fingernails tapping on metal, and each sound made the hairs on my neck stand up. I stared at the row of blue lockers where we kept our books and coats. They stood still, but the knocking continued, now faster, like someone growing impatient. I told myself it was probably a mouse, or maybe the pipes, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I stood up slowly, gripping my backpack like a weapon. The knocking stopped as I got closer, and a chill swept over me, as if the lockers had just exhaled. I reached for the handle of locker 17, my locker, and it was ice cold, like stone. I yanked it open, and inside my coat was torn, with a line written in chalk on the inside of the door. "Jacob, I see you." I stepped back, bumping into the desk, making the chair squeak. The knocking started again, but now it was from the hallway, blending with the sound of footsteps echoing down the empty corridor. They were slow, heavy, like rubber-soled shoes dragging. Exactly the same sound I had heard earlier. I ran toward the English room door, even though I knew I shouldn't, but the thought of staying with the knocking lockers was far worse. The hallway was darker, the fluorescent lights flickering like they were dying. I walked faster, trying not to look at the small mirrors on the classroom doors, because I was afraid of seeing something that wasn't me. Then I saw him, a suspicious janitor, appearing where he shouldn't be. He stood at the far end of the hallway near the gym, holding a mop. But the floor beneath him was dry with no signs of cleaning. He didn't look at me right away, but I felt his gaze, cold and knowing. When he turned his head, his eyes were black, unblinking, like two deep pits sucking in the light. I called out, my voice shaking, "Hey, I need to go out." He didn't respond, just tilted his head as if listening to something I couldn't hear. I ran past him, heading toward the gym, thinking the side door there might be open. But the hallway seemed longer, with corners I had never noticed. I glanced back. He wasn't following, but still stood there, motionless, his eyes locked onto me. The footsteps echoed down the hallway, now steady, like a heartbeat, and I knew they weren't mine. I pushed open the gym door. Thankfully it was unlocked, and rushed inside. The smell of the rubber floor and the echo of my footsteps made me feel slightly calmer, but only a little. Inside, the gym was pitch black, with only the light from the street lamps outside filtering through the high windows. Basketballs were scattered across the floor, like they had been left in a hurry. I walked to the corner of the room, where the basketball team's announcement board was, hoping to find a public phone or something to call for help. But when I touched the board, I saw a photo of the team from last week. I was standing in the middle, but there was a faint figure behind me, tall, thin, faceless. I ripped the photo down and threw it on the floor, but it flew back up and stuck to the board, as if mocking me. The knocking started again, this time from the gym door. I turned around and he was there outside the glass, his cold gaze sweeping over me. I stepped back, bumping into the basketball rack, causing a few balls to roll out. One ball stopped, then rolled back, as if being pulled. I ran to the side door, but the handle wouldn't turn. I knocked on the door screaming, but the knocking from him drowned out my voice. I looked through the glass. He hadn't moved, but his shadow on the floor stretched longer, as if it was reaching toward my feet. I ran back into the gym, hiding behind the equipment rack, my heart pounding. The knocking stopped, but a new sound emerged, a screech, like before in the library, but now mixed with whispers, unclear words, like wind rustling through leaves. I peered through the crack in the rack. He was no longer outside the door, but his shadow was still on the floor even though there was no light to cast it. I closed my eyes, trying to remember a story my friend Mike had told me about an old janitor who quit after seeing something in the lab. Mike had laughed when he told it, but now I think he saw something like I did. I rummaged through my backpack, looking for a pen or something to defend myself, but all I found was my biology notebook. When I opened it, one page was torn, and on it, handwritten in black ink, "Jacob, don't run." I slammed the notebook shut, but the whispering was louder now, calling my name from all over the gym. I looked up at the digital scoreboard on the wall. It lit up, even though it wasn't plugged in, displaying, "I know you're here." I screamed and ran out of the gym, not caring where he might be. The hallway now felt like a maze, with winding paths I had never seen. I ran past the music room, where the piano played a low note, though no one touched it. I ran past the art room, where the painting on the wall seemed to follow me with its eyes. I stopped in front of the chemistry lab, where I had hidden earlier. The mirror on the wall was now foggy, and the figure in the mirror was clearer. Not the janitor, but a tall shape, with white, hollow eyes, its mouth open as if whispering. I turned away, but the mirror shook violently, as if it wanted to break. I ran into the chemistry lab, slammed the door, and blocked it with a table. The footsteps stopped outside the door, and a light knock echoed like fingernails on glass. I looked at the blackboard. A new line appeared written in chalk. "Jacob, I'm closer." I stepped back, bumping into a supply cabinet, and a chemical bottle fell to the floor, shattering, releasing a strong sulfur smell. I coughed, but the whispering didn't stop. Now it seemed to come from within me, calling my name repeatedly. I remembered a time I stayed late with Mike, when we joked around in the gym. He told me about the old janitor, saying he always stared, like he knew everything. I thought it was nonsense, but now I wonder if he saw what I'm seeing. I looked through the crack in the door. The hallway was pitch black, but there was a faint light from the end of the hallway, like a flashlight. The knocking started again, this time from the supply cabinet in the room. I turned back, and the cabinet rattled, as if someone was inside. I ran to the door, pushed the table aside, and bolted out into the hallway. The footsteps followed, faster now, as if he had grown impatient. I ran past the lockers and stopped when I saw locker 17, my locker, slightly ajar. Inside, my coat was still torn, but now there was another carving on the inside of the door, not words, but a twisted symbol, like eyes staring. Below the symbol, my name was carved deeply, Jacob. I slammed the locker shut, but the whispering echoed from the entire hallway, as if it were laughing at my fear. I don't know what he is, but I know he wants me to stay. The school is no longer a school. It's a trap, and I'm the prey. I sat, down in the dark, hearing the school breathe, and wondered if I would ever leave before he, or it, finds me. The screeching started again, now from the locker next to me, like someone tapping fingernails on metal. I gripped my backpack, trying to stay calm, but each breath I took seemed to sync with the school's rhythm. I remembered a story my friend, Mike, told me, about an old janitor who quit after seeing something in the lab. Mike laughed when he told it, but now I think he saw something just like me. The hallway was pitch black, with only a few flickering fluorescent lights. Weak, like the school's eyes watching me, I, Jacob, had just run out of the chemistry lab, my heart pounding after seeing my name carved on the locker. The sound of the janitor's footsteps, or something pretending to be him, still echoed in my mind, even though the hallway was silent now. But then, as I turned into the gym hallway, a sudden flickering light flared up from the end of the hall, like a stage light turned on at the wrong time. It wasn't normal light. It was green, cold, and pulsing, as if the gym was calling me. I stopped, panting, clutching my backpack. The gym was a few steps away, and the glass reflected my face, pale and sweaty. But in the mirror, something moved. Not me, but a faint figure, tall, with milky white eyes. I turned around. No one was there, but the light in the gym flickered faster, like a heartbeat. I felt like I was being watched by the suspicious janitor, and even though I couldn't see him, I knew he, or it, was close. I took a step forward, even though every instinct told me to run. But where would I run to? Every door I tried was locked, and the school seemed to want to keep me here. I pushed open the gym door, and it creaked, opening easily, too easily. Inside, the smell of rubber from the gym floor mixed with cleaning chemicals, so strong it made me cough. The flickering light slowed down, but every time it lit up I saw my shadow stretch longer on the floor, as if reaching to the corner of the room. I tried to run to the main classroom, but the door was locked, and I remembered the main classroom was in hallway B, not here. I turned back, about to run out, but the gym door slammed shut behind me, locking tightly, even though I didn't hear the sound of a key. The footsteps grew louder, heavier from outside the hallway, like rubber-soled shoes dragging on the tile. I ran across the gym floor, my shoes screeching loudly on the rubber. The basketballs were scattered across the floor, as if left in the middle of a game. I stopped in front of the electronic scoreboard, hoping to find a light switch or something to defend myself. But the board lit up, even though it wasn't plugged in, displaying, "Jacob, don't run." I stepped back, bumping into the basketball rack, making a few balls roll out. One stopped, then rolled back, as if being pulled by an invisible hand. I ran to the side door, but the handle wouldn't turn. I knocked on the door screaming, but the knocking from him drowned out my voice. I looked through the glass. He hadn't moved, but his shadow on the floor was stretching longer, as if it was reaching toward my feet. I ran back into the gym, hiding behind the equipment rack, my heart racing. The knocking stopped, but a new sound emerged. A screech like before in the library, but now mixed with whispers, unclear words, like wind rustling through leaves. I peered through the crack in the rack. He was no longer outside the door, but his shadow was still on the floor, long and distorted, like it was stretching toward my feet. I felt like I was being watched by a suspicious janitor, and this time, the feeling was stronger, as if he wasn't just watching, but knew every thought I had. I remembered a story Mike had told me about an old janitor who quit after seeing something in the lab. Mike said the man always mumbled, as if talking to the air, and his eyes made people shiver. I thought it was nonsense, but now I wondered if he had seen something like what I was seeing. I rummaged through my backpack, looking for a pen or something to defend myself, but all I found was my biology notebook. When I opened it, one page was torn, and on it, handwritten in black ink, "Jacob, I'm here." I tore the paper up, threw it on the floor, but it flew back up, sticking to the equipment rack as if mocking me. The knocking now came from the ceiling, like someone walking on the floor above, even though I knew the second floor was locked. After hours, I looked up, and a small crack appeared in the ceiling, as if it was groaning. I tried to run to the side door of the gym, but the handle wouldn't turn. I knocked on the door, screaming, but the knocking from the ceiling drowned out my voice. I turned around and saw the blackboard in the corner of the gym, a small board for writing basketball strategies, now covered in writing with chalk. Jacob, 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 repeating like a creepy chant. The footsteps got closer, now right behind me. I turned around, but no one was there. Only my shadow on the floor, but it moved slower than I did, as if it had its own consciousness. I ran through the gym, heading toward the hallway, which led to the classroom hallway. The hallway was darker, with the smell of sulfur from the chemistry lab filling the air. I ran past the mirror on the wall, and this time, the figure in the mirror was clearer. Not the janitor, but a tall shape, with milky white eyes, its mouth open as if whispering. The mirror shattered as I ran past, but when I looked back it was intact, reflecting me as if it had never broken. I stopped in front of the English classroom where I had hidden earlier. The door was ajar. Even though I remembered locking it, I stepped inside, closed the door, and blocked it with the teacher's desk. I felt like I was being watched by a suspicious janitor, and now the feeling was like a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. The knocking started again, from the lockers in the room, like fingernails on metal. I looked at the blackboard. A new line appeared. Jacob, I'm closer. I stepped back, bumping into the desk, making a book fall to the floor. A book opened, and there, written with chalk on the page, "Don't leave." I, Jacob, was still crouched under the teacher's desk in the English classroom, my breath trembling, clutching my backpack like the last shield. The door of the room rattled lightly, as if the janitor, or something pretending to be him, was testing the doorknob. His shadow was reflected on the glass door, tall, thin, faceless, and I didn't dare look for long. Then from the ceiling a new sound echoed, a strange whisper as if calling my name, low, deep, like wind slipping through cracks, but clear. Jacob. Jacob. It didn't come from one direction, but from everywhere, as if the school was talking to me. I hid under the desk, trying to stay silent, but every breath I took seemed to blend with the rhythm of the whispers. I closed my eyes, praying to wake up, but the strange whisper, like calling my name, continued, now mixed with light knocking, like fingernails tapping on wood, from the very desk I was hiding under. I opened my eyes and looked at the desk. A carved line appeared, not deep but clear. Jacob, I see you. I pulled back, bumping into the chair, making it squeak, and I felt the presence of the suspicious janitor stronger than ever, like a needle, pricking the back of my neck. I crawled out from under the desk, ran to the window, hoping to break the glass to escape. But the glass was thick and cold, and when I touched it, I saw my breath leave a streak. But it wasn't a normal shape. It was twisted, like the symbol on the locker from part 2. The strange whisper, like calling my name, now came from the small mirror on the classroom wall. I turned around, and the mirror distorted like water, reflecting not me, but a tall figure with milky white eyes, its mouth open as if whispering. I screamed, threw my backpack at the mirror, but it didn't break. The figure stepped out, faint, then disappeared, leaving the mirror shaking slightly. I hid under the desk again, this time in a student desk near the door, trying to cover my breath. I felt watched by the suspicious janitor, and through the crack in the desk, I saw him standing outside the glass door. His cold gaze, as if he knew something, locked onto me, even though I hid in the darkness. He didn't move, just stood there, holding a mop, but the floor was dry as if he hadn't cleaned it. The strange whisper, like calling my name, echoed from the door, as if he was speaking, but his mouth didn't open. I gripped my backpack, ready to run, but I knew running would only bring him closer. I remembered Mike, my friend, who once told me about an old janitor who disappeared after working late. Mike said he left behind a notebook in the lab, filled with strange symbols, and no one dared touch it. I thought it was a joke, but now I wondered if the notebook was connected to him, or to what I was seeing. I hid under the desk, moved to another desk, closer to the blackboard, hoping the darkness would conceal me. The strange whisper, like calling my name, now came from the blackboard, and I saw chalk writing slowly appear. "Jacob, don't leave." I erased the writing, but the chalk stuck, like dry blood. I felt watched by the suspicious janitor, and the feeling was like fire burning my back. I ran to the door, pushed the table aside, but the doorknob wouldn't turn. The strange whisper, like calling my name, now came from the ceiling, walls and floor, as if the school was alive. I knocked on the door, screaming, but the whisper drowned out my voice. Through the glass I saw the janitor's cold gaze, as if he knew something, and this time he stepped in without opening the door. He stood before me, tall, thin, his black eyes unblinking, and I collapsed, backing away behind the teacher's desk. I hid under the desk again, my heart pounding. He didn't speak, just stared, and the strange whisper, like calling my name, now came from him, even though his mouth didn't move. I screamed, "What do you want?" But he tilted his head, and his shadow on the floor moved, like a snake crawling toward my feet. Then suddenly he disappeared, as if he had never been there. I gasped for breath, looked around. No one was there. But I felt watched by the suspicious janitor, as if he was still somewhere, waiting for me to slip up. I stood up, ran to the teacher's desk, rummaged through the drawer for something to defend myself with. In the drawer I found a crumpled old piece of paper with handwriting. "Don't open locker 17. Locker 17 was mine, where my coat was torn in part 2. I trembled, stuffed the paper into my pocket, and the strange whisper, like calling my name, echoed from the drawer, as if it knew what I had found. I slammed the drawer shut, but a knock sounded from the desk, like someone inside. I stepped back, and the desk shook slightly, as if it wanted to open. I hid under the desk again, this time in the chemistry room, as I had run to the chemistry room when the English room door swung open. The strange whisper, like calling my name, now came from the chemical bottle on the desk, as if they were talking. I looked up and one bottle shook, then shattered, releasing a strong sulfur smell. I felt watched by the suspicious janitor, and through the crack in the desk, I saw his shadow reflected on the chemistry room glass door, motionless, but the janitor's cold gaze, as if he knew something, as if he knew I couldn't hide forever. Crawled out, ran to the mirror on the wall, hoping to find an escape through the nearby window. But the mirror distorted again, and the figure in the mirror stepped out once more, clearer, with milky white eyes, its hands reaching for me. I threw the chemical bottle at the mirror, and this time it shattered. But the glass flew back, rearranging into the twisted symbol. The strange whisper, like calling my name, echoed from the glass shards, and I ran out of the chemistry room, not looking back. The hallway now felt like a maze, with dark corners I had never seen. I ran past the music room, where the piano played, a low note, though no one touched it. I ran past the art room, where the painting had eyes that seemed to follow me. I stopped in front of the main classroom, where I had hoped to go. The mirror on the wall was now cloudy, and the figure in the mirror was clearer. Not the janitor, but a tall figure, with milky white eyes, its mouth open as if whispering. The mirror shook violently as I ran past, but when I looked back, it was intact, reflecting me as if it had never broken. I stopped in front of the English classroom, where I had hidden earlier. The door was ajar, even though I remembered locking it. I stepped inside, closed the door, and blocked it with the teacher's desk. I felt watched by the suspicious janitor, and now the feeling was like needles pricking the back of my neck. The knocking started again, from the lockers in the room like fingernails on metal. I looked at the blackboard. A new line appeared. "Jacob, I'm closer." Claire drove through narrow roads leading to the small village, where she had been invited to her best friend Emma's birthday party. The sun had just set, leaving a fiery sunset over the fields. I arrived at my friend's house on a quiet evening. Emma's old wooden house stood isolated, its dark windows seeming to watch her. As Claire entered, the smell of damp wood and the creaking of the floor greeted her, but the air felt heavy, as if something was wrong. Emma led her into the living room, where the candlelight flickered on the walls. That night, I saw a tall figure wearing a fedora in the corner of the room. Claire briefly noticed the figure, standing motionless near the stairs, its eyes hidden beneath the brim of the hat, seemingly watching her. She blinked, and the figure vanished, but her heart began to race. Emma laughed, saying it was just the shadow of a tree outside the window, but Claire felt an unnatural chill run down her spine, as if someone had just passed by her. She tried to focus on the party, but that invisible gaze felt suffocating, making her uneasy. After the party, Claire stayed behind to help Emma clean up. Every time I walked down the hallway, I felt like I was being watched. When she took the trash outside, the moonlight illuminated the fields, and she caught a glimpse of the figure with the fedora standing motionless in the wheat. As though waiting, she quickly turned back into the house, locked the door, but then she heard a soft knock on the kitchen window, slow and deliberate, as if someone wanted her to look outside. Claire pulled the curtain, her heart pounding, but saw nothing but darkness. She told Emma about it, but her friend just laughed and said the old house often made strange noises. I thought it was just my imagination, but the figure was too clear. When Claire went upstairs to fetch something, she heard heavy footsteps behind her, but when she turned around, the hallway was empty. A cold breeze blew through, even though the windows were shut tight, and the figure with the fedora appeared again, this time at the end of the hallway near a mirror, as if beckoning her to come closer. She stood still, not daring to move, feeling as though the figure was sucking the air out of the room, making the house feel suffocating. Claire couldn't sleep, lying on the sofa in the living room. The figure appeared every night, always standing in the dark corner. She rummaged through her memory, recalling that Emma had once mentioned that the house had belonged to an old man who lived alone and passed away decades ago. The next morning, she asked Emma about the house's history, and her friend reluctantly told her that the old man often wore a fedora and would stand, staring out at the fields, as if waiting for someone. Claire shuddered, realizing the figure she had seen might have been him. She found an old diary in the house's basement. I researched the house and discovered it was haunted. The diary contained strange writings about the darkness calling, your name, and not leaving. As she read, the lights flickered, and a whisper came from the stairs. Claire. She slammed the diary shut, but the figure with the fedora appeared at the basement door, tall, with eyes hidden beneath the brim, glowing like red embers, as if wanting to pull her into the darkness. She ran upstairs, clutching Emma, feeling as though the house was a trap closing in on her. Claire decided to face the entity to protect Emma and herself. I tried to find a way to make the figure disappear. She stood in the living room, clutching the diary, and shouted, "I know who you are!" The figure with the fedora appeared, tall, filling the corner of the room, the air around it icy cold. "You don't belong here," the voice growled, and the furniture in the room shook as if moved by an invisible force. Claire stepped back, but the floor creaked, as if it was about to collapse. She opened the diary, reading aloud a passage about leaving, hoping to break the curse. But the figure only moved closer, as if it wanted to swallow me. A faint hand reached out from the darkness, touching her shoulder, leaving a burning sensation. The figure tilted its head, and the brim of its hat revealed a face with no eyes, only a twisted smile. Claire screamed, throwing the diary, but the figure didn't stop, as if it wanted her to take its place in the house. She bolted to the door, dragging Emma with her, feeling as though the darkness was chasing her step by step, unwilling to let go. Claire dragged Emma away from the house, her heart racing. I left the house, but the figure still followed me. She consulted a paranormal expert, who revealed that the old man with the fedora had cursed the house to trap the soul of anyone who entered, turning them into a guardian of the darkness. Claire tried to live normally, but the figure appeared in every dark corner, car windows, tree shadows, even in her dreams. The burn mark on her shoulder grew more intense each night, and the whispering repeated, "You are mine." She didn't dare return to the house, but Emma said that the figure now stood in the living room every night. I don't know if I'll ever escape. One night, when Claire opened the door to her house, she found an old fedora on the table, no idea where it had come from. Outside the window, white eyes gleamed like embers, reminding her that the figure with the fedora was still waiting, and the curse was far from over. She gripped her hand tightly, wondering if she could break the curse or if she would forever be hunted, pulled into the world of the man with the fedora. Ethan sat in the control room of the office building, the camera screens flickering in front of him, showing the dimly lit corridors. He had just taken the night shift security job to make some extra money, but his first night already brought a strange feeling. I work as a night security guard in an old office building. The space was quiet, only the hum of the fan and the steady sound of his own breathing. But when Ethan checked the clock, a faint screech echoed from the hallway, outside, like someone dragging a chair across the stone floor. He turned on the camera, but the hallway was empty. No one in sight. He stood up, grabbed his flashlight, and decided to investigate. On the first night, I heard footsteps in the empty hallway. When the light illuminated the dark corner, a glass door on the third floor rattled slightly, as if someone had pushed it, even though there was no wind. Ethan stopped, his heart racing, feeling an invisible gaze from the darkness. He called out, but only his own voice echoed in return, and a shadow briefly passed across the glass, as if gliding into thin air. He returned to the control room, trying to convince himself that it was just the building's old sounds. Ethan returned to the control room, trying to calm himself. The footsteps appeared every night, always from the third floor. He checked the cameras, but only saw the still hallway until the light on the third floor flickered, like someone was turning it on and off repeatedly. He went up to the third floor, shining his flashlight through each office, but when he reached the end of the hallway, a hoarse whisper echoed, "Ethan." He turned around, but no one was there. Only his own reflection in the glass door, distorted, as though it wasn't him. He checked the glass door, noticing faint fingerprints on the surface, even though no one had entered the building on the night shift. I felt like someone was watching me from the darkness. When Ethan turned away, the footsteps echoed again, this time closer, like someone was running toward him. He ran down the stairs, but the hallway lights went out, leaving him in total darkness. A cold draft brushed his neck, and the whisper repeated louder now, "Don't go." He turned on his flashlight, the weak light illuminating the wall, where a thin figure briefly appeared, like it was hiding in the shadows. Ethan ran back to the control room, locked the door, but the whisper still echoed, as though it was coming from inside. Ethan couldn't sleep after his shift, the whisper haunting him. I started to research the building and heard about a strange event. He asked a former co-worker and learned that the third floor had been the site of an accident years ago, when an employee working late fell from a window, but no one knew whether it was an accident or intentional. Ethan dug through old records and found a photo of the employee, a thin man, his eyes hollow, as though he was staring right through him from the picture. He shuddered, feeling that the man was still somewhere in the building. I discovered there was something unusual about the third floor. He returned to the building determined to find a clue. When he checked the office at the end of the hallway, he saw a chair overturned, even though no one had entered the building. The fluorescent lights flickered violently, and a thin figure appeared in the corner of the room, motionless, as if waiting for him. Ethan stepped back, but the door behind him slammed shut, and the whisper came from every direction. "Do you see me, Ethan?" He banged on the door, trying to escape, but the air grew heavy, as if the figure was draining the life out of him, pulling him into an endless darkness. Ethan decided to confront the entity to end the fear. I went back to the third floor to find a way to stop the sounds. He stood at the end of the hallway shouting, "I know you're here!" The thin figure appeared, taller now, its pale face with hollow eyes glowing, like in the picture. "You can't leave," the voice roared, and the glass door rattled violently, as if about to shatter. Ethan gripped his flashlight tightly, but the light dimmed, and a cold hand reached out from the glass, grabbing his wrist. He screamed, trying to run, but his feet seemed to be held back by an invisible force. The figure appeared on the camera, even though no one was in the building. He ran back to the control room, but the cameras only showed static. A faint message appeared on the screen. "Stay with me." The building trembled. The sound of metal clashing from the elevator rang out as if someone was breaking in. Ethan tried to open the door to escape, but the lock was jammed tight, and the whisper now sounded like a hoarse laugh, filling the space. He banged on the door, finally breaking free, but the feeling of the figure still loomed behind him as if it had marked him, never to leave. Ethan escaped from the building, but the whispering still echoed in his head. I left the building, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. He consulted a paranormal expert, who told him that the unfortunate employee had cursed the building to trap the soul of anyone working the night shift, turning them into a guardian of the darkness. Ethan tried to quit, but every night he heard footsteps outside his door, and the thin figure appeared in his dreams whispering, "You belong here." The red mark on his wrist burned more each night, like a reminder from the entity. He couldn't sleep, afraid of being pulled into the darkness. I tried to perform a ritual to drive the figure away. He returned to the building one last time, bringing salt and candles as the expert had advised. But when he lit the candles, the figure appeared closer than ever, and the candles blew out. A red message appeared on the wall. "Ethan, stay." The building shook violently, and he heard footsteps running toward him like an invisible crowd. He bolted out, but the whisper still echoed, as if the entity had rooted itself in him. He held his head, trying to push the sound away, but it felt like a second heartbeat, never stopping. Ethan moved out, but he couldn't escape. "I don't know if I'll ever escape." The footsteps and whisper followed him everywhere, in the car, in his bedroom, in the darkness. He found an old scrap of paper in his pocket with a line that read, "The third floor is waiting." One night when he turned on the lights, he saw the thin figure standing in the corner of the room, its white eyes gleaming, and the whisper rang in his head. "It's time, Ethan." He screamed, but the light dimmed, as if the darkness was swallowing him, pulling him into a world with no escape. I tried to live normally, but the figure always came back. He didn't dare look into mirrors, afraid to see the figure replacing his own image. One night, when he opened the door, he found an old fedora on the table. No idea where it had come from. Outside the window, white eyes gleamed, reminding him that the figure with the fedora was still waiting, and the curse was never over. He gripped his hand tightly, wondering if he could break the curse or if he would always be hunted, pulled into the world of the fedora-wearing man. Lucas sat in the old armchair in the living room of his family's cabin in Quebec, flipping through a book about forest animals. The summer he was 12, his vacation here was an opportunity to explore nature. But today, the atmosphere felt unusual. I came to my family's cabin in Quebec for the summer. The window was open, letting in the scattered chirping of birds, interrupted by a low sound from the forest. Lucas looked up and saw a strange streak of light flashing between the trees, as if someone was holding a lantern. He stood up and looked out the window, but the light had vanished. That night I woke up and found myself lying on a stone in the forest. He was not wearing clothes. His body was freezing, and his clothes were hanging on a nearby tree branch, as if someone had deliberately placed them there. Lucas panicked, his heart racing, looking around. But the forest was pitch dark, only the faint whispering of a voice as if someone was calling his name from afar. He ran back to the house, but the feeling of invisible eyes watching him from the darkness made him shiver. The door was wide open, even though he remembered locking it, and when he entered the room, he found his bed covered in dirt, as though he had wandered through the forest in a trance, Lucas told his parents, but they just thought he was sleepwalking. I don't remember how I got to the stone, and it kept happening. The next night he tried to stay awake sitting by the window, but his eyelids grew heavy, and when he opened his eyes he was back on the stone, naked, with his clothes hanging higher up, out of reach. This time, he noticed barefoot footprints, on the ground, not his own, leading deep into the forest. He shivered, trying to grab his clothes, but a cold screech echoed, as if someone was breathing right behind him. He turned around, but saw no one, only the shadows of trees swaying, as if alive. Every time I was on the stone, I heard whispers from the forest. He ran back to the house, but the door was locked tightly, even though he remembered leaving it open. When he finally got inside, he looked out the window and saw a shadowy figure between the trees, tall and thin, with its head tilted as if watching him. Lucas shut the curtains, his heart pounding, feeling that the figure wasn't just out there. It seemed to be creeping into the house, into his mind. He checked his bed and found a small branch under his pillow, as if someone had placed it there to taunt him, making him afraid to sleep. Lucas dared not sleep, afraid of waking up on the stone again. I started feeling like something in the forest was calling me. He rummaged through the house, finding an old notebook of his grandfather's, which detailed the history of the land. The notebook told of a local legend, a forest spirit, bound to the stone, hunting children to replace itself. Lucas shuddered, recalling the whispers and the figure. He asked his father, but he just dismissed it as superstition, although his father's worried expression suggested otherwise. He felt the cabin was hiding something, and the forest outside no longer felt like a safe place. I researched the land and discovered it was connected to a strange entity. He decided to explore the forest during the day. Near the stone, he saw symbols carved into the trees, like a circle with squiggly lines. When he touched it, the whisper grew louder. "Lucas, stay." He stepped back, but the ground beneath his feet trembled. and a tall, thin figure appeared among the trees, its white eyes glowing. Lucas ran back to the house, but the whisper still rang in his head, as if the spirit had chosen him. He looked out the window and saw the figure standing closer, as if waiting for him to step out. Lucas tried to avoid the forest, but he couldn't escape. The figure appeared every night, closer to the house, as if it wanted to drag me outside. One night, he saw the door to his room wide open, even though it had been locked, and barefoot footprints leading from the bed to the yard. He looked out the window and saw the figure standing near the stone, waving its hand as if inviting him. He screamed and called his parents, but when they arrived, the figure had vanished, leaving only a broken branch on the grass, like a sign from the entity. He felt the house was no longer safe, as if the figure had infiltrated it, waiting for him to surrender. I tried to find a way to make the entity disappear, but it only grew stronger. He scattered salt around his bed, as his grandfather had once told him, but when he slept, he woke up on the stone again, the salt blown away and his clothes now torn, as if scratched by claws. The whisper now sounded like a scream. "You are mine!" Lucas ran back to the house, but the forest seemed alive. The branches swaying and the figure was chasing him, closer than ever, its white eyes glowing in the darkness. He ran into the house and locked the door, but a soft knock echoed from the window. As if the entity was toying with him, Lucas decided to face the spirit to protect his family. I went back to the stone to confront the entity. He stood in front of the stone, gripping his father's small knife, and shouted, "I'm not afraid of you." The figure appeared tall and thin, with gray skin like ash, its white eyes glowing brightly. "You've chosen," it growled, and the ground trembled violently, as if it wanted to swallow him. Lucas swung the knife, but a cold hand grabbed his wrist, leaving a red mark like a burn. He fell, seeing the symbol on the stone light up, as if opening a gateway. The forest around him darkened, as if the entity was pulling him into its realm. The entity grew closer, as if it wanted to drag me into the forest forever. He tried to run, but the forest turned into a maze, the branches blocking his path. A red message appeared on the stone. "Lucas, stay." The wind howled fiercely, blowing sand into his eyes, and the whisper now sounded like dozens of voices surrounding him. Lucas screamed, running through the bushes, but the figure was always just behind him, as if it was the forest itself, never letting go. He collapsed, seeing the figure standing on the stone, its white eyes staring down at him, as if declaring that he belonged to it. Lucas escaped back home, his heart racing. I left the forest, but the entity still followed me. His family moved out of the cabin, but the whispering still echoed every night louder. "You can't escape." Lucas sought a paranormal expert, who warned him that the spirit had chosen him as the guardian of the stone, a soul trapped on the land, needing someone to replace it. The red mark on his hand burned fiercely, and the figure appeared in every shadow. Car windows, corners of rooms, even in his dreams, always whispering his name. He didn't dare sleep, afraid of waking up on the stone again. I don't know if I'll ever escape. One night, he saw a broken branch outside the door, exactly like the one in Quebec. Outside the window, the white eyes gleamed, reminding him that the entity was still waiting. Lucas held his head, trying to push the whispers away, but it felt like a second heartbeat, pulling him into an eternal nightmare. He felt the forest had become a part of him, and the thin figure would never leave, always waiting for the moment to drag him back. Lucas tried to live normally, but he couldn't. I tried to forget the stone, but the whispers never stopped. He sought books about Quebec's legends, reading about a ritual to break the curse by burning the symbol on the stone. One night, he dreamed of standing in front of the stone, the thin figure holding his hand, pulling him into a cold, dark space. He woke up seeing the red mark on his hand glowing fiercely, and the whispers rang in the room. "Come back, Lucas." He ran outside, but the figure stood at the corner of the street, as if it had been waiting for him all along. He knew. The entity wasn't just in Quebec, it had followed him, deep into his mind. I went back to the land to break the entity's curse. He decided to return to Quebec alone. Near the stone, he poured gasoline and lit it. But the flame rose in the shape of the figure, its white eyes glowing brightly. The ground trembled violently and a scream echoed, "You are mine forever!" Lucas ran, but the forest seemed to contract, the branches wrapping around his legs. He fell, seeing the symbol on the stone glow red, as if pulling him into another world. He screamed, crawling away, but the figure stood in front of him as if the forest and it were one, never letting him go. Lucas escaped from the forest, but he was never the same. I left Quebec, but the figure still lived within me. He changed schools, avoided the forest, but the whispers echoed in every sound, the wind, the water, the footsteps. The red mark on his hand never faded, and every night he saw the thin figure in the mirror, its white eyes staring directly at him. One night he found a scrap of paper in his pocket reading, "The stone is waiting." He burned it, but the ashes formed the shape of the figure, as if the entity had become part of him. He locked the door, trying to silence the whispers, but they still echoed, like a reminder. I tried to live, but I know the entity will never leave. One night, when he closed the door, he saw red footprints on the floor leading to the window. Outside, the figure stood still, its white eyes glowing, as if reminding him that the curse was eternal, and the forest would always call him. Insao gripped his hand tightly, wondering if he could fight back or if he would be pulled back to the stone, where the entity waited forever. The whispers now felt like part of him, an unbreakable curse, pulling him into the darkness of Quebec's forest. Nathan sat by the campfire, the light flickering on the tall trees in the deep forest. He was here to hunt deer, an annual trip to enjoy the solitude of nature. I go hunting in a remote forest every fall. As night fell, the air grew cold, and the sound of insects suddenly stopped, replaced by a strange noise, like the laughter of children from afar. Nathan gripped his rifle, looking around, but the forest was pitch dark, only the shadows of the trees swaying in the moonlight. He stood up, shining his flashlight into the darkness, his heart racing faster. On the first night, I heard the laughter of children in the forest. The laughter grew closer, echoing between the trees, but when he approached, it faded, as if leading him deeper. A small figure flashed in front of the light, disappearing behind a bush. Nathan called out, but no one answered, only the sound of the wind howling, and a cold shiver running down his spine, as if someone was watching from the darkness. He returned to the campsite, trying to convince himself it was just the natural sounds of the old forest. Nathan tried to sleep, but the laughter haunted him. The laughter appeared every night, always from the north of the forest. The next morning, he followed the direction of the laughter, looking for the tracks of his prey. But instead, he found tiny footprints in the damp earth, as if from a child. Though there were no inhabitants in the forest, he followed the tracks, but they suddenly stopped in the middle of a thicket, as if someone had vanished. A cold breeze blew through, carrying a whisper. "Nathan!" He turned around, rifle ready, but no one was there. Only the twisted shadows of the trees under the faint light. I felt like someone was watching me from among the trees. As the sun set, the laughter came again, this time closer, as if right behind him. He turned around and saw a small figure standing beneath the canopy, its eyes gleaming in the darkness. Then it vanished into the air. Nathan stepped back, his heart pounding, the feeling of the forest closing in around him, and the whispering, now clearer, as if calling his name from all directions. He checked the campsite, finding a broken branch placed in front of the door, as if someone had left a sign, making him not dare to take his eyes off the darkness. Nathan decided to investigate further, despite his fear. I began to look into the forest and heard about a strange legend. He recalled a folk tale from the locals about a group of missing children in the forest decades ago, believed to have been led away by an entity. He checked a map, realizing his campsite was near where they had disappeared. When digging around the area, he found a small bone like a child's, which sent a chill down his spine. He put it in his pocket, feeling as if the forest was watching every step he took, waiting for him to make a mistake. I discovered there was something unusual about the forest. He returned to the campsite, but the air felt heavier. That night, the laughter grew louder, accompanied by the sound of breaking branches like someone running around the campsite. Nathan shone the light, seeing children's footprints surrounding the camp, but no sign of them leaving. A small figure appeared at the edge of the light, standing still, then whispered, "Play with me, Nathan." He locked the door, but a light knock came from the wall, as if the entity wanted him to go outside. He gripped his rifle tightly but felt helpless, as if the forest had become a giant trap. Nathan couldn't ignore the laughter. I ventured deeper into the forest to find the source of the laughter. He followed the footprints to a clearing in the forest, where the ground was pitch black as if scorched. The laughter now sounded like dozens of children, echoing throughout the space. A small figure appeared, its pale face with deep black eyes, not reflecting any light. "You're here," it said, and the ground beneath Nathan shook, as if it wanted to pull him down. He shot a warning shot into the air, but the figure just laughed louder, the sound of the laughter slicing through the air, making him shudder. The figure appeared everywhere, as if it wanted to pull me back. He tried to run, but the forest seemed to change, the trees blocking his path. A cold hand touched his shoulder, leaving a red, burning mark. Nathan turned around, seeing dozens of small figures surrounding him, whispering in unison, "Stay with us." He ran through the bushes, but the laughter followed him and a red message appeared on a tree. "Nathan, stay." The forest felt alive, the branches wrapping around him, as if it wanted to keep him forever. He tore through the branches and ran back to the campsite, but the laughter still rang out as if the entity had taken root inside him. Nathan escaped from the forest, but he wasn't the same. I left the forest, but the laughter still followed me. He consulted a local historian, who revealed that the forest was cursed by the spirits of the children, binding anyone who stepped in. He tried to return to a normal life, but every night he heard the laughter of children outside his window, and the small figure appeared in his dreams, whispering, "You're ours." The red mark on his shoulder burned fiercely, a reminder from the entity, preventing him from sleeping. He moved out, but he couldn't escape the feeling of being hunted, as if the forest had marked him. I don't know if I'll ever escape. He moved to a new home, but the laughter still followed him. One night he saw child-sized footprints on the floor, leading to the window. Outside, a small figure stood still, its black eyes glowing, reminding him that the curse wasn't over. Nathan held his head, trying to push the laughter away, but it felt like a second heartbeat, pulling him into the eternal darkness of the cursed forest. He didn't dare look outside, afraid to see the figure standing even closer, waiting for him to surrender to the unbreakable curse. Nathan no longer hunted, but the fear still clung to him. Every night I hear whispers from the forest. He sought the help of a priest, but the priest said the spirit had chosen him, and only facing it could end it. One night, when the red mark on his shoulder glowed fiercely, and the children's laughter echoed from the walls, it felt as though the forest had followed him there. Nathan knew. No matter where he went, the entity would never stop, and the laughter would echo forever, pulling him into the eternal darkness of the cursed forest. I'm Ryan, living in a small town on the edge of a Florida swamp, where the days are sunny, but the nights feel like a different world. My house has a large backyard, a low wooden fence, and a mixed-breed hunting dog named Max, who always barks loudly whenever something unusual happens. I like listening to country radio, fixing up my pickup truck, and occasionally doing BBQs with the neighbors. But one Saturday night, everything changed. I was sitting on the porch, drinking beer, when Max suddenly growled, his ears perked up. I looked out into the yard, and in the bushes next to the fence a pair of glowing eyes appeared. Not like animal eyes, but like headlights, locking onto me. I felt threatened by a strange creature, even though I couldn't see it clearly. Max barked wildly, his fur standing on end, pulling on the leash as if he wanted to run inside. I stood up, my heart racing, grabbed the flashlight from the toolbox. The light swept across the yard, shining on the fence, but the bushes were shaking, as though something large was moving. A strange, dog-like creature stepped out, twice the size of Max, with tangled black fur, a long snout, and bared teeth. My dog was terrified, whining, crawling into the corner of the porch, its eyes glued to the creature. I shouted, "Go away!" But it didn't move, just stared, its eyes glowing as if it could see straight through me. I dragged Max into the house, locked the door, but I still felt threatened by this strange creature, as if it knew exactly where I was. Through the window, I saw its shadow gliding across the yard slowly, like it was probing. The feeling of unease lingered, and I grabbed my shotgun from the cabinet, though I wasn't sure if it would help. Max curled up under the table, still whimpering, not like the usual barking it does with squirrels or cats. I looked out into the yard, the flashlight illuminating a giant footprint on the ground, with deep claws like knives carved into the earth, unlike any animal or bear. My dog was scared, and this time it avoided the back door, as if it knew that thing was still outside. I felt threatened by this strange creature, and a low growl echoed from the swamp near my house, unlike any animal I had ever hunted. I turned on the porch light, but the fog was so thick it obscured the bushes. A screech, mixed with a whisper, filtered through the window like it was saying, "Ryan." I jumped, checked the door, but the feeling of unease didn't go away, as if the creature wasn't just outside, but had come closer. The mirror in the living room grew foggy, and when I wiped it, I saw markings like scratches, deep, curving. A strange dog-like creature, and I wondered if it was just an animal or something from the swamp where locals spoke of a monster. I sat next to Max, the gun on my lap, listening to the crackling radio playing country music, but the growl came again, closer now, as if it was from the fence. My dog was terrified, scratching the front door, wanting to run far away. I cracked the door open, the flashlight sweeping the yard. The creature was standing there right in the middle of the yard, its eyes glowing, its body twisted like a distorted shadow. I felt threatened by this strange creature, and I aimed the shotgun, but my hand shook because its gaze wasn't like that of an animal. It knew me. It knew my name. I slammed the door shut, locked it tight, but the creature's shadow was on the curtain, motionless as if waiting for me to go outside. The feeling of unease lasted all night, and I didn't sleep, hugging Max, listening to every noise. A branch breaking, the wind howling, light scratches on the wood. Dawn came, and the creature disappeared, leaving no new footprints. But I still felt threatened by it, like it was still lurking. I checked the yard and found a section of the fence broken, and under the porch, a bone, unclear what it was, marked with the same symbol as on the mirror. My dog was terrified, and no longer went outside, lying by the door, eyes glued to the outside. I called my hunting buddy Tommy, told him what happened, but he said it could be a jaguar, though I knew jaguars didn't whisper people's names. The feeling of unease lasted, and a few nights later, I heard scratching on the roof. Slow, like iron claws. Max growled but didn't bark, as if afraid to alert it. I looked through the window and saw the strange dog-like creature standing at the edge of the swamp, its eyes shining, then disappearing into the fog. I no longer went outside at night, didn't hunt, didn't open the back door. I felt threatened by this strange creature and every unusual sound. The wind, the insects, felt like its growl. A week later, I went through my toolbox and found an old photo of the backyard, with the creature's shadow clearly visible in the corner, its eyes glowing, as if it had been there for a long time. I didn't leave town, didn't abandon Max, but the feeling of unease lingered, as if the creature had marked me. Tommy said the Florida swamp was full of legends, monsters, spirits, things unnamed. My dog was terrified, and now it slept next to me, never leaving my side. A strange dog-like creature, and I knew it wasn't going anywhere. Every night I checked the doors, the shotgun next to me, and heard whispers mixed with the wind, calling my name from the swamp. The fence was broken again, and under the porch, a new claw mark, deep, carved with the word, Ryan. Amelia stood behind the reception desk at the Heritage Hotel, an old building on a quiet street in the suburbs. The night shift was usually calm, with only the ticking of the clock and the dim light. I worked the night shift at a small hotel in the suburbs. Tonight, as she was checking the registry, the front door creaked, even though there was no wind. A man stepped in, his black coat soaked through despite there being no rain. He didn't say anything, just stood there, staring at Amelia with empty eyes as though he hadn't blinked in years. She forced a smile and asked for his name and identification, but he only whispered, "No need." That night, a strange guest appeared at midnight without identification. Amelia felt a chill run down her spine, as though the air around him sucked out all warmth. When she looked up, the mirror behind the desk reflected him standing right behind her, though he was still in front. She turned around, but no one was there. Only the sound of faint footsteps echoed from the stairs, as though someone had just left. She checked the camera, but the hallway was empty, and a sense of unease settled over her, as if the hotel was hiding something. Amelia tried to remain calm and wrote down the guest's name as Guest 301, because he didn't provide any details. The guest requested room 301, though that room had been locked for years. She handed him the key, but when he took it, his hand was ice cold, making her shiver. He ascended the stairs, but the hallway camera showed an empty corridor, despite her clearly hearing the door to room 301 open. Amelia checked the records and found that room 301 had been sealed after a strange incident years ago, though no one was clear about the details. She felt the air around the reception desk grow heavy, as if the guest had left a part of him behind. I started hearing whispers from room 301 every night. She walked toward the stairs, hearing the whispers from the third floor. Amelia, when she looked in the hallway mirror, her image seemed distorted, her eyes not quite her own. A faint shadow appeared behind her in the mirror, but when she turned around, the hallway was empty, The whispers grew louder, as though someone stood right behind her, and a misty smudge formed on the glass like someone had breathed on it. Amelia ran back to the desk, her heart pounding, trying to convince herself it was just fatigue. But the whispers lingered, as if calling her to the third floor. Amelia couldn't sleep after her shift, the whispers haunting her. I started looking into the hotel and found it had a strange past. She dug through old records, finding a news clipping about a man who vanished in room 301 years ago, described exactly like the guest. Black coat, hollow eyes. The article said he left a message scrawled on the mirror. "I cannot leave." Amelia shivered, sensing the guest wasn't human, but something trapped in the hotel, hunting night shift workers. She glanced out the window, seeing the guest's shadow across the street, though the hotel was locked. I decided to check room 301 to find answers. She returned to the hotel, determined to check room 301. When she opened the door, the room was freezing, despite the heater humming. The mirror showed a figure standing behind her, but no one was there. A slow knock echoed from the wall like a countdown. Amelia stepped back, spotting a faint red message on the glass. "Amelia, stay." She bolted out, but the door slammed shut, and the whispers turned to a hoarse laugh, filling the room. She pounded on the door, finally escaping, but felt the figure lingering behind her, as if room 301 had marked her. Amelia tried avoiding room 301, but she couldn't quit the night shift. The guest appeared every night, always standing at the reception at midnight. He said nothing, just stared with empty eyes, and each time the mirror behind the desk showed him closer, as if stepping toward her. One night she saw him in the third floor hallway, though the cameras caught nothing. She heard soft scratching from 301's walls, like someone trying to claw out. Checking the door, she found deep nail marks, splintering the wood. She called the manager, but he dismissed it as her imagination, though his eyes betrayed fear. I felt like the hotel was changing, like it wanted to keep me. The next night, the hallway lights flickered, and the guest's shadow appeared in every mirror she passed, his pale face mouthing, "You belong here." Amelia raced to the desk, but the register now listed only her name, repeated dozens of times, as if the hotel had chosen her to stay, replacing the nameless guest. She slammed the book shut, but the scratching resumed, this time from beneath the floor, as if the entity was crawling up from the hotel's foundation, reaching for her. Amelia resolved to confront her fear. I returned to room 301 to face the guest. She stood before the 301 mirror, shouting, "I know who you are." The guest's figure emerged, taller, his face twisted, empty eyes now blazing like fire. "You've seen," he growled, and the mirror shook violently, as if it would shatter. Amelia clutched the key, but an icy hand grazed her neck, leaving a searing red mark, claiming her for the hotel. She screamed, trying to flee, but her legs felt pinned by an unseen force. The guest's figure appeared everywhere, as if it wanted to pull me into the mirror. She stumbled out, but the hallway stretched endlessly, mirrors on both sides showing dozens of the guests' figures, whispering in unison, "Stay, Amelia." A red message burned into the wall. "Amelia, you are mine." The hotel quaked, doors slamming open and shut across the third floor. Amelia tore down the stairs, but the whispers chased her, as if the entity had rooted itself in her. She burst outside, but felt the figure's presence behind her, a shadow that never left. Amelia quit her job, but the whispers stayed in her mind. I left the hotel, but the feeling of being watched never went away. She consulted a paranormal researcher who said the guest was a spirit bound to room 301, seeking night workers to take its place. She tried living normally, but every night the guest's shadow appeared in her home's mirrors, murmuring, "You can't escape." The red mark on her neck burned, and knocks sounded at midnight, with no one outside. She avoided sleep, terrified of being pulled back to 301 in her dreams. "I don't know if I'll ever escape." She moved away, but it didn't help. One night, she found an old key on her table, identical to 301's. Her living room mirror showed the guest standing inches behind her, though she was alone. She screamed, smashing the glass, but the whispers persisted, like a second heartbeat, reminding her the hotel never let go. She peered out her window, seeing the guest across the street, eyes glowing, waiting for her return to room 301. Amelia tried to forget the hotel, but she couldn't. I tried to live normally, but the guest's shadow always returned. She researched room 301 further, learning the spirit was once a desk clerk, trapped after trying to break the hotel's curse. One night, she dreamed she stood in 301, the guest pulling her into the mirror, where an endless hallway unfolded. She woke, the red mark on her neck glowing, and whispers filled her room. "Come back, Amelia." She fled outside, but the guest stood at the street corner, as if it had always been waiting. I returned to the hotel to break the curse of the guest. She returned to the hotel one last time. In room 301, she burned a circle of salt, but the mirror flared and the guest appeared, his face warped, roaring, "You are mine!" The glass cracked, and a cold hand gripped her ankle, pulling hard. She screamed, fleeing outside, but the red mark on her neck felt like a chain, reminding her the hotel had claimed her, and the guest would never stop. I'm Mark, having just moved into a new house in the suburbs of Ohio with my wife Emily. After years of saving, we were able to buy this two-story house, a white picket fence, a spacious garage, and a backyard big enough for a BBQ party. The town is peaceful, the neighbors are friendly, and I envisioned spending my days watching football on TV, my iPhone full of family photos. But on the first night, while we were unpacking, a smell of smoke wafted past my nose. It wasn't wood, smoke, but something like burning rubber, even though the fireplace hadn't been used. I checked the kitchen, the garage, but heard a small thud coming from upstairs, like a chair being dragged. I felt haunted in the house, even though I had only been there for a few hours. Emily was unpacking boxes in the kitchen, humming softly, so I didn't say anything, afraid she might worry. But when I went upstairs to the bedroom, I heard a voice imitating Emily's from the closet. "Mark, come here." I opened the door, but there was no one inside, just a few coats hanging. The uneasy feeling lingered, and I ran downstairs to find Emily still in the kitchen, washing dishes, not having gone upstairs. I told her, but she laughed it off, saying I was probably just tired. I still felt haunted in the house, like someone was standing behind me, but when I turned around, I only saw my own shadow on the wall. That night, when I turned off the lights, a strange scream echoed, sharp, coming from the ceiling, making Emily jump and cling to me. I turned on the light and checked the room. Nothing. But the unsettling feeling continued, as if the house was mocking us. The voice imitating Emily called again, now from the basement. "Mark, help me." I grabbed the flashlight and went. Downstairs, the air damp, the smell of smoke thicker, but Emily was sleeping on the sofa, never having left. I felt haunted in the house, and on the basement wall, a carving appeared, shallow, like claw marks. "Mark." I went back up, locked the basement door, but the strange scream rang out again, this time from the living room. Emily woke up, her face pale, saying she had dreamed of a blurry figure standing by the bed, faceless, with glowing eyes. The uneasy feeling lingered, and I checked the window, seeing the curtain move slightly, even though there was no wind. The mirror in the living room was foggy, and when I touched it, I saw symbols like the carving in the basement, curving, like eyes staring. I felt haunted in the house, and the whispering mixed with smoke filtered through the door. Mark, stay. 3. Next morning, I rummaged through the boxes searching for the house papers, hoping for a clue. An old photo fell out, a picture of the house before it was sold. But in the corner, there was a blurry figure standing at the door, faceless, with unnaturally long arms. The voice imitating Emily's called again from the garage. "Mark, hurry!" I ran outside and saw Emily in the kitchen making coffee, never having called. The strange scream erupted from the garage wall like someone was trapped. I banged on the door looking for tools, but the uneasy feeling lingered, as if the house wanted me to dig deeper. I felt haunted in the house, and on the second night, the lights flickered. The TV turned on by itself, showing static images like a shadow moving in the photo. Emily screamed, pointing at the mirror. The shadow was standing behind her, blurry but clearly with glowing eyes. I pulled her away, but the voice imitating Emily called from every room. "Mark, don't go." The strange scream mixed in, as if the house was alive. I grabbed the keys, intending to take Emily out, but the front door wouldn't open, as if it was locked from the outside. The uneasy feeling lingered, and I saw a new carving on the door. Mark, forever. I called the neighbor, Tom, asking him to check, but he said the door was normal, not locked. I felt haunted in the house, and when I came back, the furniture had moved, chairs overturned, books scattered, like someone had just run through. Emily cried, saying she had heard the whispering of her name in her dreams. The voice imitating Emily now came from upstairs. "Mark, I'm here." I went up and saw the bedroom door closed, but the scream came from inside, not Emily. She was behind me, trembling. The strange scream stopped, but a figure appeared at the end of the hallway, tall, blurry, with glowing eyes staring straight at me. I pulled Emily downstairs, holding her tightly, but the uneasy feeling lingered, as if the house had chosen us. I found some information, a newspaper article. The house used to belong to a person who went missing for unknown reasons. I felt haunted in the house, and every night the whispering grew louder, mixed with smoke, as if it wanted to swallow us. I couldn't sleep, checking the doors, but the carvings spread. On the walls, the floor, the mirror. A week later, I opened the last box, finding the house photo, and the figure was, now clearer, standing next to me with glowing eyes, pointing at Emily. The uneasy feeling lingered, and under the living room floor, there was a new, deep carving. Mark, Emily, home. Jacob entered a small auction house in town, where old items were displayed on dusty wooden tables. The weak yellow light shone on a silver pocket watch, intricately engraved with strange patterns. I found an old pocket watch in an antique shop. When Jacob picked it up, the hands of the watch jerked backward unnaturally, and a chill ran through his hand. The auctioneer whispered, "Be careful, it chooses its owner." Jacob laughed, thinking it was just a joke, and bought the watch for a cheap price. He felt the auctioneer's gaze following him, as though the man knew something Jacob didn't. At home, Jacob placed the watch on the table. That night, I heard the ticking even though the watch wasn't wound. The ticking sounded slow and steady, like a heartbeat, even though he hadn't touched it. When he looked at the watch, the hands jerked backward again, and a faint shadow passed in the reflection of the living room mirror. vanishing before he could make it out. Jacob checked the door, but everything was locked, and the ticking grew, louder, as if echoing from inside his head. He tried to sleep, but an uneasy feeling crept over him, as if the watch was whispering a dark secret. Jacob tried to ignore the ticking, but it wouldn't stop. The ticking sounded every night even though I locked the watch in a box. He opened the watch and the hands spun backward faster as though rewinding time. One night he woke up to find the watch on his pillow, even though he clearly remembered putting it away. In the darkness he heard a whisper, "Jacob." When he turned on the light, a tall, thin shadow stood in the corner of the room, its eyes glowing white, then vanished into the air, leaving behind a burning smell like wood burning. He checked the house, but there were no signs of anyone breaking in, just the continuous ticking. I started seeing a strange figure whenever the watch ticked. He checked the watch, and the glass face became cloudy, revealing an engraving. "Give it back to me." Jacob rummaged through his pockets and found a small piece of paper tucked inside the watch, with the name Elias and the year 1893 written on it. He sensed that the figure was Elias, as if the watch was calling the spirit of its former owner. The ticking now felt like a heartbeat, resonating throughout the house, and every time Jacob looked in the mirror, he saw the figure closer, as though stepping out of the glass. He dared not blink, fearing the figure would touch him, pulling him into a place he couldn't return from. Jacob decided to learn more about the watch. I researched the watch and discovered it had a strange history. He went to the library and found a newspaper article about Elias, a watchmaker who disappeared in 1893, believed to be cursed for making a watch that trapped time. The article mentioned a curse. Whoever owned the watch would be pulled into Elias's world. Jacob shuddered, realizing the watch was more than just an object. It was a portal, and the ticking was an invitation from Elias. He returned home, finding the watch open on the table, as if waiting for him to continue the deadly game. I felt like the watch was trying to tell me something. The ticking now sounded like knocking, echoing from the walls, and Elias's figure appeared in the kitchen mirror, whispering, "You've taken me." Jacob smashed the mirror, but the shards reflected dozens of figures, all calling his name. A red streak appeared on his hand, like a carving, and the ticking now felt like a second heartbeat. He tried to run outside, but it felt like time was collapsing around him, as if the watch was pulling him into an inescapable loop where Elias controlled every moment. Jacob couldn't get rid of the watch no matter how afraid he was. I tried to get rid of the watch, but it always came back. He buried it in the garden, but the next morning the watch was on the table, ticking louder as if mocking him. One night, he saw Elias's figure standing at the door, his pale face and glowing white eyes. "You are mine," Elias growled, and the watch trembled violently, its hands spinning wildly. Jacob ran upstairs, but the ticking followed him, and a cold hand grazed his shoulder, leaving a burning red mark, as if branding him for Elias. The figure appeared every night, as if it wanted to pull me into the watch. He tried smashing the clock, but it remained unscathed. The bedroom mirror now showed only Elias, standing inches behind him, whispering, "Your time is done." The house shook, objects crashing, and a red message appeared on the wall. "Jacob, stay!" Jacob screamed, bolting outside, but the ticking echoed in his head, as if the clock had fused with him. He felt Elias's presence trailing him, waiting for him to turn back and be pulled into a timeless void. Jacob fled the town, but the clock followed. I left the house, but the ticking never stopped. He sought a historian who said Elias had cursed the clock to trap owners' souls, dragging them into a repeating moment. Jacob tried to live normally, but every night the ticking resumed, and Elias's shadow appeared in mirrors, murmuring, "You can't escape." The red mark on his hand burned, a reminder he'd been chosen, and the clock would never let go. Sleep evaded him, the ticking drowning out all else. "I don't know if I'll ever escape." He moved again, but the ticking clung to him. One night, he found the clock on his table, open, its hands frozen at midnight. The living room mirror showed Elias inches behind him, white eyes gleaming, as if declaring the curse eternal. Jacob shattered the glass, but the ticking persisted, a second heartbeat, pulling him into the clock's darkness. He avoided windows, fearing Elias stood closer, waiting for him to surrender to an unbreakable curse. Jacob stopped touching the clock, but it always reappeared. "Every night I hear the whispers from the clock." He sought an exorcist, who said the clock was Elias's gateway, and Jacob was bound to it. One night, the red mark on his hand glowed fiercely, and the ticking echoed from the walls, as if the clock had merged with the house. Jacob knew, no matter where he went, Elias would never stop, and the ticking would echo forever, pulling him into the eternal darkness of the curse. I'm Chris, living alone in a small townhouse in Oregon, where the neighbors are just a few meters away, and the LED lights on the yard shine all night. I work remotely, enjoy watching Netflix, checking my iPhone, and keeping the house neat. That night I remembered I hadn't checked the mailbox all day, so at midnight I threw on a jacket and stepped outside. The cold wind blew through, but the mailbox rattled as if it wasn't properly closed. I opened it to find no letters, but a small package, no label, lying sideways as if it had been placed hastily. I picked it up, feeling a strange sensation, as if someone had just left. I heard the sound of someone unfamiliar in the house, objects shifting, the sound of a flower vase scraping the table, paper rustling, coming from the living room. I put the package down, heart racing, grabbed the baseball bat from the corner. The hallway lights were dim, shadows stretched long on the walls, but I heard the sound more clearly now, like someone rifling through drawers. I entered the living room and saw a thin, elderly man with silver hair, wearing an old coat, standing by the table, holding a box that looked just like the package outside the mailbox. The old man had entered my house to take the package, and when he looked up, his eyes shone unnaturally and he croaked, "My package! It was delivered wrong." I shouted, "Get out!" But he just smiled, walking to the door as if he didn't see the bat in my hand. The unsettling feeling lingered because the front door was still locked. How had he gotten in? I ran outside, checked, and found that the door was intact, the lock still secure. I could hear the unfamiliar sounds again, though the old man had gone. Footsteps echoed from the kitchen, as if someone was still inside. I turned on the lights, but no one was there. But the mirror in the living room was foggy, and when I touched it, I saw a symbol, like claw marks, curving, as if staring at me. The unsettling feeling lingered, and I called the police, my voice trembling, telling them about the old man. They came, checked, but found no signs of a break-in, and just said that I might be tired and imagining things. The old man had entered my house to take the package, but the package outside the mailbox was still there. I hadn't received any parcels this week. I opened it and found a crumpled piece of paper with the writing, "Chris, I know." I heard the unfamiliar sounds again, now a whisper from the window, "Chris." I pulled the curtain back, and outside was pitch black, but the yard light flickered, as if short-circuiting. The unsettling feeling lingered, as if the old man hadn't left but was somewhere, watching me. I checked my iPhone and saw a picture of the yard from the night before, and in the corner, the shadow of the old man stood by the mailbox, his eyes shining, even though I hadn't seen anyone there at the time. I locked all the doors, turned on Netflix to calm myself, but I heard the unfamiliar sounds again, nails scratching lightly on the wood from the ceiling. I went upstairs, bat in hand, and saw the bedroom door ajar, even though I had closed it earlier. The unsettling feeling lingered, and in the bedroom mirror, the old man's figure appeared, not a reflection, but standing behind me, mouth moving. The package! I smashed the mirror, it shattered, but the old man had entered my house to take the package, and I found a shard of glass with my name carved deep, like a knife's cut. The next morning, I called a locksmith to replace the Dr. Lock, but the unsettling feeling lingered as if the house was no longer safe. The neighbor, Mrs. Linda, said she had seen the old man around the area, but no one knew who he was. I heard the unfamiliar sounds again, now a whisper from the walls. "Chris, I'm here." I checked the mailbox and found a new package. No label, no address. Inside was a piece of paper handwritten, "Thank you, Chris." The unsettling feeling lingered, and I no longer opened the door at night, nor did I look in the mirror, but every strange sound, every flickering light, felt like the old man. I didn't leave the house, didn't want to give up. But I heard the unfamiliar sounds again, footsteps now slower, as if the old man was walking around my bed. The old man had entered my house to take the package, and I feared that he wasn't just delivering the wrong package. He wanted me, wanted the house. One night I was awake, hearing the rattling from the mailbox, and the yard light went out. The unsettling feeling lingered, and under the door, a crumpled piece of paper slid in, with deep carvings. "Chris, I'm back." I locked the room, held the bat, but the whispering didn't stop, as if the old man or something had been in the house for a long time. Isabel sat in the new living room, flipping through an old notebook she found in the house she had just bought. The light from the desk lamp cast shadows on the wall, where she had hung a painting she found in the attic. I found an old painting in the attic of my new house. The painting depicted a woman with piercing eyes, as if she was looking through Isabel. When Isabel stood up, she heard a small noise, like nails scraping lightly on fabric, coming from the painting. She looked back, and the eyes in the painting seemed to move, as if the woman had blinked. Isabel stepped closer, her heart racing, feeling the air in the room grow heavier, as if the painting was breathing. That night, I heard whispers from the painting. The whispers were faint, like a prayer, echoing in the darkness. When Isabel touched the frame, a cold wave passed through her hand, and the woman's figure appeared briefly in the corner of the room, vanishing when she turned on the light. The house fell silent again, but the feeling of being watched kept her from taking her eyes off the painting. She checked the doors, but everything was locked, and the scratching noise returned, as if someone was trying to break free from the fabric, pulling her into a dark secret. Isabel tried not to think about the painting, but it haunted her. The image in the painting began to change every night. The next morning she noticed the woman in the painting now smiling, though her face had been cold before. One night the whispers returned, clearer this time. "Isabel, look at me." Isabel covered the painting with a curtain, but the scratching came from the fabric, as if someone was trying to tear it apart. When she pulled back the curtain, the woman's eyes glowed bright, and a faint figure stood behind the curtain, vanishing when Isabel screamed. She ran outside, but the feeling of the figure following her, waiting for her to turn back, stayed. With her, I began seeing the figure of the woman in the painting. She checked the attic and found a scrap of paper tucked behind the frame, reading, Clara, 1875. The whispers now echoed throughout the house, as if Clara was walking the halls. One night, Isabel woke up to find the painting on the floor, no longer hanging on the wall, and the woman's shadow stood at her doorway, white eyes staring. She flicked on the light, but the shadow vanished, leaving a red smudge on the frame, like dried blood. She couldn't sleep, fearing the shadow would creep closer, pulling her into a place of no return. Isabel decided to investigate the painting. I researched the painting and found it had a strange history. At the local library, she found an article about Clara, a painter who vanished in 1875, believed to have cursed her final work to trap her soul. The article said anyone owning the painting would be drawn into Clara's world. Isabel shuddered, realizing the painting was a gateway, and the whispers were Clara's call, urging her to take her place. Back home, she found the painting hung upside down as if Clara was mocking her. I felt like the painting was trying to pull me in. The whispers turned into a hoarse laugh, echoing from the canvas, and Clara's shadow appeared in the bathroom mirror, murmuring, "You are mine." Isabel smashed the glass, but the shards reflected dozens of Clara's figures, all chanting her name. A red mark appeared on her hand, like a brand, and the scratching now came from the walls, as if Clara was clawing her way out. She fled outside but felt the shadow trailing her, as if the painting had fused with the house, dragging her into its darkness. Isabel couldn't abandon the painting, despite her fear. I tried to destroy the painting, but it always came back. She tore the canvas, but by morning it was intact, Clara's eyes glowing brighter. One night she saw Clara's shadow at her doorstep, her pale face, white eyes flashing. "You are mine," Clara roared, and the painting shook, as if it would split. Isabel ran downstairs, but the scratching followed, and a cold hand grazed her shoulder, leaving a burning red mark, claiming her for Clara. The figure of Clara appeared every night, as if it wanted to pull me into the painting. She burned the painting, but the smoke formed Clara's shape, whispering, "Stay." The living room mirror showed only Clara, inches behind her, and a red message burned into the wall. "Isabel, stay." The house quaked, windows shattering, and the whispers became a chorus surrounding her. Isabel screamed, bolting outside, but the scratching echoed in her mind, as if Clara had merged with her. She didn't dare look back, fearing Clara. Stood closer, waiting for her to surrender to the curse. I left the house, but Clara's figure never disappeared. Isabel fled the house, but the painting haunted her. A historian told her Clara had cursed the canvas to bind owners' souls, pulling them into an eternal void. Isabel tried to live normally, but every night the whispers returned, and Clara's shadow appeared in mirrors, murmuring, "You can't escape." The red mark on her hand burned, a reminder she'd been chosen, and the painting would never let go. She moved again, but the whispers followed, a constant shadow. One night, she found a scrap of the painting's canvas on her table, though she'd burned it. Her bedroom mirror showed Clara inches behind her, white eyes gleaming, as if declaring the curse eternal. Isabel shattered the glass, but the scratching persisted, a second heartbeat, pulling her into the painting's darkness, where Clara waited forever. She locked her door, fearing Clara stood closer, ready to claim her for the endless void of the cursed canvas. Late at night on a country road in Texas, the car glided past foggy cornfields, the radio crackling with a country song. Suddenly, the rearview mirror lit up, a pair of headlights behind me, flickering slowly, like a signal, even though the road was empty. I gripped the steering wheel, feeling strange. The lights were uneven, like someone was deliberately turning them on and off. My iPhone vibrated on the seat, but the screen was dark, no notifications. The lights behind me kept flickering. Closer now, and a cold feeling ran down my spine, as if someone was watching through the glass. Suspicious of the man at the scene with bad intentions, because a few miles back, a car had flipped over on the side of the road, its wheels spinning, smoke rising. A man stood beside it, tall, wearing a coat, waving his hand slowly. His eyes didn't look like someone asking for help. Cold, motionless, locked on the car. The unease lingered, and instead of stopping, I pressed the gas, speeding past, leaving the man in the darkness. The rearview mirror now showed another set of headlights, not the flipped car, closely following, flickering like before. The road was dark. Old billboards appeared under the headlights, the faint words, 7-Eleven, 5 miles barely visible, suspicious of the man at the scene with bad intentions, because his image lingered in my mind, not running towards the flipped car, not calling, just standing, watching. The radio suddenly crackled louder, mixed with a whisper. Sarah. I turned off the radio, but the unease continued, and the lights behind me stayed close as if trying to overtake. My iPhone lit up, showing my boyfriend's number, but when I answered, I only heard the sound of the wind howling. No words. Suspicious of the man at the scene with bad intentions, and across the cornfield, a shadowy figure stood on the edge, tall, wearing a coat, like the man earlier. I sped up, my heart racing, but the figure didn't move, just watched, its eyes glowing. The unease lingered, as if he didn't need to run to catch up. The road curved, the headlights swept through, and on the left side of the car door, a carved mark appeared, shallow like a claw scratch. Sarah. My hand shook, my eyes locked on the mirror. The headlights behind me disappeared, but the figure reappeared, far away, between the cornfields. An old gas station appeared, its neon lights flickering. I stopped the car, checked the door, and the scratch was still there, deeper now, as if freshly carved. Suspicious of the man at the scene with bad intentions, because there was no way he got here first. No car, no running. I called my boyfriend again, but the signal cut out, only hearing a whisper. Sarah. Closer. The unease lingered, and when I looked out into the field, the figure stood at the edge of the gas station light, motionless, holding something shiny, like a key. I sped off, leaving the station behind, heading towards town. Suspicious of the man at the scene with bad intentions. And when crossing a wooden bridge, the rearview mirror lit up again, the headlights flickering, but no car in sight. Surrey road into town appeared, houses dimly visible, but the unease lingered as if the figure didn't need the road to follow. The radio turned on by itself, the whisper now clear. Sarah, go home. I turned it off, but a new carving appeared. On the windshield, curved like an eye staring. The car swerved, almost crashing into a ditch, but I managed to stop, my heart pounding like it would explode. When I got home, I locked the door, turned on the lights. Suspicious of the man at the scene with bad intentions, because when I checked the news, there were no accidents on that road, no flipped cars, no missing persons. The unease lingered, and when I looked into the living room mirror, a shadowy figure appeared. Not a reflection, but standing outside the window, its eyes glowing, hand pointing at the house. I quickly pulled the curtain shut, but a light knock echoed, not on the door, from the wall, as if someone was inside. My iPhone vibrated, a picture from my boyfriend taken when I left his house, and in the corner, the man stood, wearing a coat, staring straight at me. Suspicious of the man at the scene with bad intentions, and that night, unable to sleep, I hugged the pillow, listening to every sound. The wind, branches breaking, the soft scratching outside. The unease lingered as if he knew the house, knew my name. The next morning I checked the car. The scratches spread. The door, the hood, the windshield, carved with the words, "Sarah, I see you." I called the police, but they found nothing, saying it was probably a prank, suspicious of the man at the scene with bad intentions. And when I opened the trunk, I found a piece of paper, not from me, handwritten. "Sarah, tonight. I didn't leave the town, didn't call my boyfriend anymore, afraid he'd get involved." The unease lingered, each flickering light, each gust of wind felt like the man. Suspicious of the man at the scene with bad intentions, because the photo on my iPhone now had an added mark, like an eye, appearing on the screen, even though I didn't set it. One night, the yard light went out, and through the curtain, I saw the figure standing outside the field, just a few meters from the house, eyes glowing, coat billowing in the wind. The unease lingered, and under the door, a piece of paper slid in, deeply carved. "Sarah, I'm here." On the first night at Grandma's house in Maine, the old wooden house sat in the middle of the forest, the fireplace crackling, and the scent of homemade cookies wafting through the air. In the living room, the dim light cast shadows on the dusty bookshelf, and an old leather-bound book lay askew, as if someone had just touched it. When I opened it, the yellowed, handwritten pages told stories about the woods surrounding the house, but the wind didn't blow. And yet, the page turned by itself, slowly, stopping at the words, "They hear." My heart raced, and I looked around, but all I saw was the old TV and my dead iPhone on the table. A strange breathing sound echoed from the hallway, deep, like someone inhaling, but not like a human. Emma, sitting next to the bookshelf, jumped, looking at her little sister Lily on the sofa, clutching a pillow. The living room door opened by itself with a creak, even though it was locked, leading to the dark hallway. The breathing grew louder, as if coming from the stairs, and Emma grabbed a flashlight, her hand trembling, pulling Lily to her feet. The light swept through, revealing only the wall paintings, but then the door opened again, the kitchen door, slowly, as if inviting them in. The breathing now mixed with a whisper. "Emma." Lily grabbed her sister's hand, her face pale, whispering, "Where's Grandma?" The door opened by itself. The basement door, even though Emma remembered locking it before bed. The breathing echoed from below, lingering as if someone stood right next to the stairs. Emma checked and found a scratch on the wooden floor, shallow, like a claw mark. "Emma." The door opened again, Grandma's room door, but Grandma was sound, asleep, not hearing anything. The breathing now came from the ceiling as if it were seeping through the wooden cracks. Emma and Lily ran back to the living room, locked the door, but the wall mirror was cloudy, and a thin, faceless figure appeared behind the sofa. Lily screamed, pointing at the mirror, but when they looked back, no one was there. The breathing followed, circling the room. Emma shoved the table to block the door, but it opened slightly, as if someone pushed it from the outside. The breathing was now clearer, mingled with light scratching, like claws on wood. Emma grabbed an old photo album from the shelf, hoping for a clue, and found a photo of the house with a shadowy figure at the door, eyes glowing, even though no one remembered taking it. The door opened wider, and the figure in the mirror appeared, again, closer, its long hand reaching the glass. Emma pulled Lily under the table, holding her tightly, but the breathing felt like it was right above their heads. The next morning, Grandma woke up, unaware of anything, just asking why the floor was dirty. The breathing was no longer audible, but the door to the living room opened by itself, even though the lock was new. Emma checked and found the scratches had spread. On the walls, the picture frames carving the words, Emma, Lily. The breathing returned on the second night from the fireplace, as if someone was standing in the chimney. Emma called her mom on the iPhone, but the signal cut out, only hearing the whisper, "Stay." The door opened again, the back door leading out to the forest, and the figure stood among the trees, motionless, its eyes glowing. Emma locked the door, but a new carving appeared on the door. "Emma, I see you." The breathing grew louder every night, from the floor, ceiling, and walls. Emma and Lily didn't tell Grandma, afraid it would worry her, but the doors kept opening, the bedroom, the closet, the basement. One night, Emma searched for the car keys and found a scrap of paper in Grandma's jacket, handwritten, "They, here, they take." The breathing echoed from the mirror and the figure appeared clearly, faceless, its mouth moving. "Emma." Emma smashed the mirror. It shattered, but the door opened by itself, the front door, and cold wind rushed in, bringing the whisper, "Lily." Lily cried, pointing outside, where the figure stood, its hand pointing at the house. They didn't leave Maine immediately, as Grandma hadn't arrived yet. The breathing felt like it was alive in the house, in every crack of wood, in every dark corner. The door opened, and the scratches spread everywhere. On the table, the chairs, the broken glass deeply carved, "Emma Lily home." Emma sent a photo to her mom, and in the photo, the figure stood behind Lily, even though the little girl was in another room. The breathing now mixed with laughter, as if it knew they couldn't escape. A week later, when checking the basement, Emma found an old wooden box locked tight with the carving, "They." When she opened it, there was only a piece of paper written, "Emma, Lily, forever." The door opened upstairs and footsteps echoed down, slow, as if someone was coming home. Gabriel sat in an old bookstore, skimming through the dusty shelves under the flickering light. A black leather notebook without a label was wedged between two large books, catching his attention. "I found an old notebook in the library." When he opened it, the pages were filled with strange writing, describing exactly what had happened the day before. The time he drank coffee, the call he received. He shivered, thinking it was just a coincidence, but as he flipped further, a new line appeared. "Gabriel, do not sleep tonight." He took the notebook home, unable to resist reading further, even though his heart was racing, as if the notebook was watching him. The pages in the notebook recorded strange events from my life. That night, he heard whispering from the notebook on the table, as if someone was reading aloud the words. When he opened it, a shadow flashed through the window, even though he lived on the third floor. He checked the door, but no one was there, and the whispering grew louder, as if calling his name from the darkness. He turned on all the lights, but the feeling of being watched kept him from lying down, fearing that if he slept, the shadow would come in through the window and take him forever. Gabriel couldn't ignore the ticking. The whispers grew louder. Every night, even though I tried locking the notebook in a box. He opened it, noticing that the hands of the clock ran backward, as if rewinding time. One night, he woke up to find the notebook on his pillow, even though he distinctly remembered putting it in the drawer. In the darkness, he heard a whisper, "Gabriel." When he turned on the light, a tall, gaunt figure stood in the corner of the room, its white eyes glowing, then faded into the air, leaving a burnt smell like charred wood. He checked the house, but there were no signs of anyone breaking in. just the clock ticking incessantly. I began seeing the figure of the woman in the painting. He checked the attic and found a scrap of paper tucked behind the frame reading, Clara, 1875. The whispers now echoed throughout the house, as if Clara was walking the halls. One night, Isabel woke up to find the painting on the floor, no longer hanging on the wall, and the woman's shadow stood at her doorway, white eyes staring. She flicked on the light, but the shadow vanished, leaving a red smudge on the frame, like dried blood. She couldn't sleep, fearing the shadow would creep closer, pulling her into a place of no return. The first night at Grandma's house in Maine, the old wooden house stood in the middle of the forest, with the fireplace crackling and the scent of homemade cookies wafting through the air. In the living room, the dim light cast shadows on the dusty bookshelf, and an old leather-bound book was lying askew as if someone had just touched it. When I opened it, the yellowed pages, handwritten, told stories of the surrounding woods. But the wind wasn't blowing, and yet the page turned by itself, slowly, stopping at the words, "They hear." My heart raced, and I looked around, but all I could see were the old TV and my iPhone, dead on the table. A strange breathing sound echoed from the hallway, deep, like someone inhaling, but not like a human. Emma, sitting next to the bookshelf, jumped, looking at her little sister Lily on the sofa, clutching a pillow. The door to the living room opened by itself with a creak, even though it was locked, leading to the dark hallway. The breathing grew, louder, as if coming from the stairs, and Emma grabbed a flashlight, her hand trembling, pulling Lily to her feet. The light swept through, revealing only the wall paintings, but then the door opened again, the kitchen door, slowly, as if inviting them in, the breathing now mixed with a whisper. "Emma." Lily grabbed her sister's hand, her face pale, whispering, "Where's Grandma?" The door opened by itself, the basement door, even though Emma remembered locking it before bed. The breathing echoed from below, lingering as if someone stood right next to the stairs. Emma checked and found a scratch on the wooden floor, shallow, like a claw mark. "Emma." The door opened again, Grandma's room door, but Grandma was sound, asleep, not hearing anything. The breathing now came from the ceiling as if it were seeping through the wooden cracks. Emma and Lily ran back to the living room, locked the door, but the wall mirror was cloudy, and a thin, faceless figure appeared behind the sofa. Lily screamed, pointing at the mirror, but when they looked back, no one was there. The breathing followed, circling the room. Emma shoved the table to block the door, but it opened slightly, as if someone pushed it from the outside. The breathing was now clearer, mingled with light scratching, like claws on wood. Emma grabbed an old photo album from the shelf, hoping for a clue, and found a photo of the house, with a shadowy figure at the door, eyes glowing, even though no one remembered taking it. The door opened wider, and the figure in the mirror appeared, again, closer, its long hand reaching the glass. Emma pulled Lily under the table, holding her tightly, but the breathing felt like it was right above their heads. The next morning, Grandma woke up, unaware of anything, just asking why the floor was dirty. The breathing was no longer audible, but the door to the living room opened by itself, even though the lock was new. Emma checked and found the scratches had spread. On the walls, the picture frames, carving the words, "Emma, Lily." The breathing returned on the second night from the fireplace, as if someone was standing in the chimney. Emma called her mom on the iPhone, but the signal cut out, only hearing the whisper, "Stay." The door opened again, the back door leading out to the forest, and the figure stood among the trees, motionless, its eyes glowing. Emma locked the door, but a new carving appeared on the door. "Emma." I see you. The breathing grew louder every night, from the floor, ceiling, and walls. Emma and Lily didn't tell Grandma, afraid it would worry her, but the doors kept opening. The bedroom, the closet, the basement. One night, Emma searched for the car keys and found a scrap of paper in Grandma's jacket, handwritten. Here they take. The breathing echoed from the mirror and the figure appeared clearly, faceless, its mouth moving. Emma smashed the mirror. It shattered, but the door opened by itself, the front door, and cold wind rushed in, bringing the whisper. "Lily!" Lily cried, pointing outside, where the figure stood, its hand pointing at the house. Turi didn't leave Maine immediately as Grandma hadn't arrived yet. The breathing felt like it was alive in the house, in every crack of wood, in every dark corner. The door opened, and the scratches spread everywhere, on the table, the chairs, the broken glass deeply carved. Emma, Lily, home. Emma sent a photo to her mom, and in the photo, the figure stood behind Lily, even though the little girl was in another room. The breathing now mixed with laughter, as if it knew they couldn't escape. A week later, when checking the basement, Emma found an old wooden box, locked tight, with the carving. When she opened it, there was only a piece of paper, written, "Emma, Lily, forever." The door opened upstairs, and footsteps echoed down, slow, as if someone was coming home. Evelyn walked into a weekend fair on the outskirts of town, where stalls were filled with old items under the soft sunlight. An antique mirror, with an intricately carved wooden frame, stood quietly in the corner of a small booth. "I bought an antique mirror from a flea market." When she touched it, the glass momentarily fogged up, as if reflecting a different place. The vendor, an old man with distant eyes, whispered, "It has chosen you." Evelyn laughed, thinking it was just a trick, and took the mirror home, unaware of the old man's gaze following her. She felt the air around the mirror grow heavy, as though it contained a secret no one dared touch. She hung the mirror in her bedroom. That night, I heard whispers from the mirror. The whispers were faint, like a plea, echoing in the dark. When Evelyn looked into the mirror, she saw her room reflected, but it was an old place, with torn curtains and a faint figure standing in the corner. She blinked, and the image vanished, but the whispers grew louder, as if calling her name. She checked the door, but everything was locked, and the feeling of being watched kept her from looking away from the mirror. She tried to sleep, but the whispers felt like a heartbeat, pulling her into an invisible fear, as if the mirror was inviting her to step through. Evelyn tried not to think about the mirror, but it haunted her. The images in the mirror began to change every night. The next morning, she noticed the woman in the mirror was smiling, even though her face had been cold before. One night, the whispers returned, clearer now. "Evelyn, look at me." She pulled the curtains over the mirror, but scratching noises came from the glass, as if someone were trying to tear the space apart. When she looked, the figure in the high mirror was a pale woman with white eyes, raising her hand as if to touch her, then vanishing when Evelyn screamed. She ran outside, but the feeling of the figure still lingered behind her, as if it was waiting for her to return. I began seeing the strange figure in the mirror every night. She checked the attic and found a scrap of paper tucked behind the frame reading, "Margaret 1850. The whispers now echoed through the house as if Margaret was walking in the walls. One night, Evelyn woke up to find the mirror leaning toward her, even though she hadn't touched it. The figure of Margaret stood in the mirror, whispering, "You've called me." She turned on the light, but the figure vanished, leaving a red streak on the glass, like dried blood. She didn't dare sleep, fearing the figure would step out of the mirror and pull her into a place where there was no return, only darkness and whispers. Evelyn decided to investigate the mirror. I researched the mirror and discovered it had a strange history. She went to the local library and found an article about Margaret, a woman who disappeared in 1850, believed to have cursed the mirror to trap her soul. The article said anyone who owned the mirror would be pulled into her world, a place with no escape. Evelyn shuddered, realizing the mirror wasn't just an object. It was a gateway, and the whispers were Margaret's call, urging her to take her place. She returned home to find the mirror had moved to the living room, as if it were waiting for her to continue the deadly game. I felt as though the mirror was trying to pull me in. The whispers now sounded like a hoarse laugh, echoing from the glass, and Margaret's shadow appeared in the bathroom mirror, murmuring, "You are mine." Evelyn smashed the glass, but the shards reflected dozens of Margaret's figures, chanting her name. A red mark appeared on her hand, like a brand, and the scratching came from the walls, as if Margaret was clawing her way out. She fled outside but felt the shadow following her, as if the mirror had fused with the house, dragging her into its darkness. Evelyn couldn't abandon the mirror despite her fear. I tried to destroy the mirror, but it always came back. She tore it apart, but by morning, it hung intact in her bedroom, the glass gleaming brighter, reflecting Margaret standing behind her. One night, she saw Margaret's shadow at her doorstep, pale face, white eyes flashing. "You are mine!" Margaret roared, and the mirror shook, as if it would split. Evelyn ran downstairs, but the scratching followed, and a cold hand grazed her shoulder, leaving a burning red mark, claiming her for Margaret. Margaret's shadow appeared every night, as if trying to pull me into the mirror. She burned the mirror's frame, but the smoke formed Margaret's shape, whispering, "Stay." The mirror now showed only Margaret, inches behind her, and a red message burned into the wall. "Evelyn, stay." The house quaked, windows shattered, and the whispers became a chorus, surrounding her. Evelyn screamed, bolting outside, but the scratching echoed in her mind, as if Margaret had merged with her. She didn't dare look back, fearing Margaret, stood closer, waiting for her to surrender to the curse. Evelyn fled the town, but the mirror haunted her. I left the house, but Margaret's shadow didn't disappear. She sought a historian, who said Margaret had cursed the mirror to bind owners' souls, pulling them into an eternal void. Evelyn tried to live normally, but every night the whispers returned, and Margaret's shadow appeared in every reflective surface, murmuring, "You can't escape." The red mark on her hand burned, a reminder she'd been chosen, and the mirror would never let go. She moved again, but the whispers clung to her, a constant shadow. I don't know if I'll ever escape. One night she found a shard of the mirror on her table, though she'd burned it. Every reflective surface in her new home showed Margaret inches behind her, white eyes gleaming as if declaring the curse eternal. Evelyn shattered everything, but the scratching persisted, a second heartbeat, pulling her into the mirror's darkness, where Margaret waited forever. She avoided mirrors, fearing Margaret stood closer, ready to claim her for the endless void of the cursed glass. Evelyn stopped looking at any reflective surface, but Margaret's shadow lingered. Every night, I hear the whispers from the shards of the mirror. She sought an exorcist, who said the mirror was Margaret's gateway, and Evelyn was bound to it. One night, the red mark on her hand glowed fiercely, and the scratching echoed from the walls, as if Margaret had merged with the house. Evelyn knew, no matter where she went, Margaret would never stop, and the whispers would echo forever, pulling her into the eternal darkness of the curse. Evelyn walked into a weekend fair on the outskirts of town, where stalls were filled with old items under the soft sunlight. An antique mirror, with an intricately carved wooden frame, stood quietly in the corner of a small booth. I bought an antique mirror from a flea market. When she touched it, the glass momentarily fogged up, as if reflecting a different place. The vendor, an old man with distant eyes, whispered, "It has chosen you." Evelyn laughed, thinking it was just a trick, and took the mirror home, unaware of the old man's gaze following her. She felt the air around the mirror grow heavy, as though it contained a secret no one dared touch. She hung the mirror in her bedroom. That night, I heard whispers from the mirror. The whispers were faint, like a plea, echoing in the dark. When Evelyn looked into the mirror, she saw her room reflected, but it was an old place, with torn curtains and a faint figure standing in the corner. She blinked, and the image vanished, but the whispers grew louder, as if calling her name. She checked the door, but everything was locked, and the feeling of being watched kept her from looking away from the mirror. She tried to sleep, but the whispers felt like a heartbeat, pulling her into an invisible fear, as if the mirror was inviting her to step through. Evelyn tried not to think about the mirror, but it haunted her. The images in the mirror began to change every night. The next morning, she noticed the woman in the mirror was smiling, even though her face had been cold before. One night, the whispers returned, clearer now. "Evelyn, look at me." She pulled the curtains over the mirror, but scratching noises came from the glass, as if someone were trying to tear the space apart. When she looked, the figure in the high mirror was a pale woman with white eyes, raising her hand as if to touch her, then vanishing when Evelyn screamed. She ran outside, but the feeling of the figure still lingered behind her, as if it was waiting for her to return. I began seeing the strange figure in the mirror every night. She checked the attic and found a scrap of paper tucked behind the frame reading, "Margaret 1850. The whispers now echoed through the house as if Margaret was walking in the walls. One night, Evelyn woke up to find the mirror leaning toward her, even though she hadn't touched it. The figure of Margaret stood in the mirror, whispering, "You've called me." She turned on the light, but the figure vanished, leaving a red streak on the glass, like dried blood. She didn't dare sleep, fearing the figure would step out of the mirror and pull her into a place where there was no return, only darkness and whispers. Evelyn decided to investigate the mirror. I researched the mirror and discovered it had a strange history. She went to the local library and found an article about Margaret, a woman who disappeared in 1850, believed to have cursed the mirror to trap her soul. The article said anyone who owned the mirror would be pulled into her world, a place with no escape. Evelyn shuddered, realizing the mirror wasn't just an object. It was a gateway, and the whispers were Margaret's call, urging her to take her place. She returned home to find the mirror had moved to the living room, as if it were waiting for her to continue the deadly game. I felt as though the mirror was trying to pull me in. The whispers now sounded like a hoarse laugh, echoing from the glass, and Margaret's shadow appeared in the bathroom mirror, murmuring, "You are mine." Evelyn smashed the glass, but the shards reflected dozens of Margaret's figures, chanting her name. A red mark appeared on her hand, like a brand, and the scratching came from the walls, as if Margaret was clawing her way out. She fled outside but felt the shadow following her, as if the mirror had fused with the house, dragging her into its darkness. Evelyn couldn't abandon the mirror despite her fear. I tried to destroy the mirror, but it always came back. She tore it apart, but by morning, it hung intact in her bedroom, the glass gleaming brighter, reflecting Margaret standing behind her. One night, she saw Margaret's shadow at her doorstep, pale face, white eyes flashing. "You are mine!" Margaret roared, and the mirror shook, as if it would split. Evelyn ran downstairs, but the scratching followed, and a cold hand grazed her shoulder, leaving a burning red mark, claiming her for Margaret. Margaret's shadow appeared every night, as if trying to pull me into the mirror. She burned the mirror's frame, but the smoke formed Margaret's shape, whispering, "Stay." The mirror now showed only Margaret, inches behind her, and a red message burned into the wall. "Evelyn, stay." The house quaked, windows shattered, and the whispers became a chorus, surrounding her. Evelyn screamed, bolting outside, but the scratching echoed in her mind, as if Margaret had merged with her. She didn't dare look back, fearing Margaret, stood closer, waiting for her to surrender to the curse. Evelyn fled the town, but the mirror haunted her. I left the house, but Margaret's shadow didn't disappear. She sought a historian, who said Margaret had cursed the mirror to bind owners' souls, pulling them into an eternal void. Evelyn tried to live normally, but every night the whispers returned, and Margaret's shadow appeared in every reflective surface, murmuring, "You can't escape." The red mark on her hand burned, a reminder she'd been chosen, and the mirror would never let go. She moved again, but the whispers clung to her, a constant shadow. I don't know if I'll ever escape. One night she found a shard of the mirror on her table, though she'd burned it. Every reflective surface in her new home showed Margaret inches behind her, white eyes gleaming as if declaring the curse eternal. Evelyn shattered everything, but the scratching persisted, a second heartbeat, pulling her into the mirror's darkness, where Margaret waited forever. She avoided mirrors, fearing Margaret stood closer, ready to claim her for the endless void of the cursed glass. Evelyn stopped looking at any reflective surface, but Margaret's shadow lingered. Every night, I hear the whispers from the shards of the mirror. She sought an exorcist, who said the mirror was Margaret's gateway, and Evelyn was bound to it. One night, the red mark on her hand glowed fiercely, and the scratching echoed from the walls, as if Margaret had merged with the house. Evelyn knew, no matter where she went, Margaret would never stop, and the whispers would echo forever, pulling her into the eternal darkness of the curse. Marcus sat in his newly rented basement apartment, scrolling through his to-do list on the tablet, while his dog Rusty curled up next to him. The apartment was small, with gray concrete walls, and only one narrow window near the ceiling, looking out onto the building's underground corridor. I live in a basement apartment with my dog, Rusty. On the first night, Rusty suddenly growled, his fur standing on end as he stared at the window. Marcus laughed, thinking the dog was just unfamiliar with the place. But when he looked up, a huge shadow passed by the glass, accompanied by a sharp scratching sound, like claws scraping against stone. He stood up, feeling the air grow heavy, as if the apartment were breathing with something outside. One night, I saw a giant wolf-like creature outside the window. The creature stopped, its red eyes glowing in the dark, staring directly at him. Although the apartment was deep underground and no animals could be there, Marcus felt his heart stop. Rusty barked wildly, but the creature didn't leave, only growling softly, the sound echoing as if coming from the very walls of the apartment. He pulled the curtain, locked the door, but the scratching continued, now slower, as if the creature was waiting for him to open the door. He didn't dare look back, fearing that the red eyes would still be there, closer, ready to smash through the glass. He hugged Rusty, but the dog was still trembling, as if sensing something terrible was approaching. Marcus tried to shake off the image of the red eyes, but the apartment no longer felt peaceful. I started hearing growling from behind the wall. The next morning, he checked the window and found several deep scratches on the metal frame. Though the glass was still intact, Rusty wouldn't leave the corner of the room, growling whenever the lights flickered, as if sensing something. That night, the growling returned, low and vibrating, as if coming from beneath the floor. He turned on the light, but the light dimmed, and the giant wolf shadow appeared outside the window again, bigger, with its black fur standing on end, red eyes like blood staring through him. He stood still, not daring to move, fearing that one wrong step would let the creature crash through the glass. Rusty became more aggressive every time the creature appeared. The dog scratched at the floor, barking hoarsely, as if trying to break through the window. Marcus pulled Rusty into the bathroom and locked the door, but now the scratching echoed on the main door, slow and heavy, like claws digging into the wood. When he looked through the crack in the door, a red streak appeared on the wall, as if blood were seeping from the concrete. He called the police, but when they arrived, there was no trace of anything. Only Rusty trembling in the corner, and a chilling feeling clinging to him. He checked the apartment, but everything seemed normal, except for the faint growling still echoing in his head, as if the creature had left a piece of itself in the apartment. Marcus decided to investigate the creature. I looked into the building and discovered it had a strange history. He researched at the city library and found an old article about the building, which had once been an abandoned shelter after a mass disappearance in 1920. There were rumors that a cursed creature had been locked underground, and anyone living in the building would be hunted by it. Marcus shuddered, realizing that the growling and the red eyes might be signs of the curse. He checked the apartment and found a scrap of paper wedged behind the cabinet, reading, "Don't open the door." He looked back at the window, but the glass had turned foggy, as if something was breathing behind it. I felt like the creature was trying to break into the apartment. That night, the growling filled the house and the window rattled as if the creature was banging on the glass. Rusty charged at the door, tearing at the curtain, and the shadow of the wolf now stood right against the glass, its breath fogging. Up the window. Marcus pulled Rusty out, but a red claw mark appeared on his hand, as if carved into his skin, and the growling now sounded like a hoarse laugh, echoing from every wall. He called the building manager, but the phone only emitted growls, as if the creature had fused into the space. He stood in the darkness, feeling the apartment shrink, like a trap closing in around him and Rusty. Marcus couldn't leave the apartment, even though he was terrified. I tried to lock the door, but the creature still found a way in. He reinforced the door with furniture, but the next morning the door was covered in fresh, deeper scratches, as if the creature had been right outside. One night, Rusty howled, and the shadow of the giant wolf appeared in the window, its red eyes burning like fire. "You are mine!" a hoarse voice boomed, not from outside, but from within the walls. The window cracked open, and Marcus dragged Rusty to the bathroom, locking them in, but the growling continued as if the creature was already inside. He clutched Rusty, but the dog's eyes were wild, as if it saw the beast through the walls. I started seeing claw marks appearing on the door. He burned a circle of salt around the room, hoping it would repel evil, but the salt turned red, as if soaked in blood. The window shattered, and the wolf's shadow stood at the threshold, its black fur gleaming, teeth bared. Marcus screamed, swinging a chair, but the creature only tilted its head, as if amused. A red message burned into the wall. "Marcus, stay." The apartment shook, and the growling became a chorus of beasts surrounding him. He bolted for the underground hallway, but the scratching echoed in his mind as if the creature had merged with him. He kept running, fearing it was already too late. Marcus fled the apartment, but the creature haunted him. I left the apartment, but the creature's shadow didn't disappear. He sought out a paranormal researcher who told him the building had been built over an ancient ritual binding a cursed beast beneath. Anyone living there became its vessel. Marcus tried to live normally, but every night the growling returned, and the wolf's shadow loomed in the dark, whispering, "You can't escape." The claw mark on his hand burned, a reminder he had been chosen, and the creature would never let go. He moved again, but the growling clung to him, a constant predator. I never felt safe again. One night, he found a shard of the apartment's window on his table, even though he had left everything behind. The wolf's shadow appeared outside his new window, despite his high-rise home. Marcus shattered the glass, but the growling persisted, a second heartbeat, pulling him into the creature's darkness, where it waited forever. He avoided windows, fearing the red eyes were closer, ready to claim him. Rusty grew quiet, as if sensing their shared fate, and Marcus wondered if they would ever escape the beast's grasp. Marcus couldn't stay in one place long. The creature's growling echoed every night, as if it was hunting me. He tracked down former tenants, but they had all vanished, as if erased from existence. One night, Rusty howled, and the claw mark on Marcus's hand glowed fiercely, summoning the beast. The scratching came from the floor, and the wolf's shadow appeared inside the room. No window needed. "You are me," it roared, and the apartment quaked, as if collapsing. Marcus fled outside, but the growling stayed in his head, as if the creature had bound his soul. He kept moving, but the red eyes never left him. Marcus lived on the run, avoiding basements. I felt like the creature had become part of me. He dreamed of running through forests, but the red eyes were always behind him, and Rusty was gone. One night, he found a note in his pocket. "It never stops." The claw mark spread across his body, like a web, and the growling came from his chest, as if the creature had merged with his flesh. He looked into a puddle, seeing red eyes, not the wolf's, but his own, blazing as the curse took hold. The scratching became his heartbeat, binding him to the beast forever. Marcus couldn't tell reality from the curse anymore. Claw marks appeared on every door I passed. He sought an exorcist, who told him the creature wasn't just a beast, but an ancient entity, choosing Marcus as its host. One night, the growling came from everywhere, and the claw mark bled, as if opening a gate. The wolf stood before him, no longer outside but in the room, its red eyes blending with the dark. Marcus knew, no matter where he went, it would never stop, and the curse would drag him below ground forever. Marcus stopped running, accepting the creature as part of him. The creature's shadow never left me. He saw himself in dreams, standing in the underground apartment, now a deep cavern with echoing growls. The claw marks covered his body, a map to the beast. One night, he faced a mirror, and the red eyes weren't the wolf's, but his own, blazing as the curse completed. The scratching was his pulse, and the darkness swallowed the room, pulling him below, where the creature waited forever. The morning in Seattle, the drizzle tapping on the glass window of the townhouse, and the damp, cold air slipping through the crack of the door. Ava, a high school student, was preparing her backpack for school, with headphones playing music from TikTok and a Starbucks coffee cup left on the kitchen table. Her iPhone vibrated gently, the screen lighting up with a message from an unknown number. Stay. No name, no chat history, just those 3 repeated words as she swiped to open. She dialed back, but only heard a long beep. Then the screen flickered, and the words, "Stay," appeared again, like they were etched into the glass. Ava's fingers were frozen, her eyes scanning the room, the quiet wooden stairs, the large window reflecting the empty room, but a strange feeling surged up as though someone was watching her. The door to her room shook, a loud sound, like someone pushing from the outside, even though her parents had already gone to work and the house was empty. Ava yanked the headphones off, her heart pounding, standing frozen in the kitchen. The uneasy feeling lingered, and she slowly ascended the stairs, gripping her iPhone tightly, the light of the screen trembling. The door to her room was locked, tight, but it shook again with a loud thud, like someone was pounding with both hands. She opened the door, her hand shaking, only to see her desk and the curtains gently swaying. But on the desk, a new etching, shallow, like claw marks. Ava. The light from the hallway window was dim, casting a thin, indistinct figure at the end of the hall, then vanishing when Ava screamed. The door shook again, now from her parents' room, just a few steps away. The uneasy feeling persisted as though someone was going through each room, checking the house. Ava called her friend Mia, her voice trembling, but the connection was poor, only catching a faint whisper. "Ava, stay." She ran down the stairs, her shoes creaking on the wood, and in the kitchen window the figure appeared again, tall, with bright eyes flashing like a camera flash, then disappearing. The door shook harder, from upstairs, as if someone was trying to break in. Ava took a photo of the hallway and sent it to Mia, her hand trembling, and in the photo, the figure stood at her room door, though with the naked eye, nothing but darkness could be seen. She locked the front door and ran outside, the wind howling with whispers. Ava. The rain soaked her clothes, but Ava turned back to look at the house, the glass door now etched with a new mark. Ava, home. The door shook again, the sound echoing from the living room, as if someone walked past the sofa and stopped. Ava grabbed her mom's car keys, planning to run to Mia's house, but her iPhone vibrated with a new message from an unknown number. "Don't go." The wallpaper on her screen now showed a figure, standing behind her in the kitchen, even though she was alone when she took the photo. She checked the back door and saw the etching spreading. On the frame, the handle, carved. "Ava, here." The door shook again, and the hallway light flickered, as though someone had touched the wire. Ava turned on all the lights, the weak, yellow light, but the etching appeared on the walls, the floor, deeply carved. Ava, forever. The uneasy feeling lingered, as though the house was alive, holding her back. She called her mom, her voice trembling, but only heard a whisper. "Home. Home." Through the speaker. Ava ran outside again, the figure standing at the fence, motionless, pointing at the house, eyes shining like streetlights. The front door opened by itself despite the 3 locks, and the room door shook from afar, as if inviting her upstairs. She didn't go to school that day, but went to Mia's house, curled up on her friend's sofa, eyes glued to her iPhone. The uneasy feeling continued. Every sound of the rain, every shadow in the glass felt like a figure. Mia opened the photo Ava sent, and they both went silent. The figure in the hallway, tall, thin, eyes bright, standing at the door to her room. Ava checked her phone, seeing the selfie she took that morning while drinking coffee, and the figure standing on the stairs, even though she didn't see anyone when she took the picture. The room door shook in her memory, the sound haunting her mind, as if still echoing. That night, when she returned home, her mom said it was just the wind, just her imagination, but Ava saw the etchings all over the room. The desk, the mirror, the door carved. Ava, stay. She couldn't sleep, hugging her pillow, listening to every sound. The rain, a broken branch, the soft scratching outside the window. The uneasy feeling continued, and the next morning, while checking her backpack, Ava found a piece of paper. She didn't remember picking it up, with handwriting. Ava, this house. The bathroom mirror fogged up, and the figure appeared, closer. Now a hand touching the glass as if wanting to come out. Ava wasn't alone anymore, afraid of the figure, afraid of the whispers, afraid that the house was no longer home. 35 doors have closed, but the echoes of them still haunt. From the foggy roads of Texas, the Colorado campsite, to the house in Seattle, each story leaves behind a question. What awaits you in the darkness? The figure behind the curtain, the markings on the mirror, or the whispering of your name. Are they real, or just tricks of the mind? These fears don't disappear. They hide, waiting for the late hours to return. Will you stare longer into the mirror, check the door more carefully, or jump when the phone buzzes? For those who have walked this journey, thank you for daring to face it. But remember, the darkness always has one more story, and next time, it might call your name. Will you open the door?